For those in the audience, there are microphones located on either side of the room. And if you have a question, please proceed to the back of the room where our audience team will be able to guide you.
And besides people in this room, there is many of our fellow citizens watching online. And for those watching online, you can register at the NATO's public forum website to ask questions, to interact with the forum throughout the day.
And you are encouraged to communicate about the event on social media, follow up on the discussion, and amplify the conversation online by using the hashtag NATO Summit. Also, I want to mention that we have a couple of content creators who are conducting interviews in the YouTube studio backstage, Sam Ellis, Victoria Reichert, and Marvin Newman.
Wonderful. And this is, of course, a team effort. Working together with NATO Public Diplomacy Division, and the US government was a team of co-organizers, which I want to recognize today and right now. The Atlantic Council, CNAS, GlobSec, the Hudson Institute, and my home organization, the German Marshall Fund of the United States.
I would also like to acknowledge our corporate partners. We are truly grateful for their support. I'd like to thank our lead sponsors, Google, who is also supporting the YouTube studio on-site, AWS, Microsoft, and Northrop Grumman, and our generous partners, Boeing, Dataminr, Leidos, Lockheed Martin, MBDA, Oracle, and Saab.
So as you can see, it takes a village to organize such an amazing forum. And I want to recognize also our institutional partners, those behind me, who reached out throughout the alliance to make this forum happen and to let everyone know that this is a great program. So please also reach out to our institutional partners.
And with that, to officially open the event, it is my great pleasure to invite on stage Marie Doha Besson-Sano, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO, and Amanda Mansour, Special Assistant to the US President and Senior Director for Partnerships and Global Engagement.
Good morning. Welcome to the NATO Public Forum 2024. On behalf of our Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, and all our colleagues at the NATO headquarters, I'm very happy to welcome you to this very special anniversary forum. In Washington for the first time since 1999, that was 25 years ago. After Vilnius last year, it is a great privilege to organize this event here in the United States with a very special host nation.
And on behalf of President and Dr. Biden, the entire US government team, and our consortium partners, who I'm gonna say them again just because they've been absolutely invaluable, the Atlantic Council, German Marshall Fund, GlobSec, Hudson Institute, and Center for a New American Security, we are thrilled to kick off this historic event. This year's public forum is larger and more diverse than ever before, featuring voices from across NATO, from across the United States, voices of civil society, military, youth, industry, and government, those on the front lines of today's threats and on the threats of the future.
We have also partnered with institutions across the alliance to enable colleagues in all 32 allied nations and many partner nations, not only to follow the event, but also to engage with us live. So to all those attending the watch parties here in DC, back in Belgium, in other locations across the Atlantic, welcome to you too. And finally, a big welcome to the 4,000 followers who are already with us online. This event is indeed being live streamed.
The United States is grateful for the opportunity to host the NATO Summit here in Washington, D.C. for a few reasons. First, it's NATO's 75th birthday, so happy Diamond Jubilee. And congratulations to the 1 billion NATO citizens for this incredible milestone, for the investment, leadership, and sacrifice that brought us here, and for the many accomplishments still ahead. Second, as you NATO nerds might already know, 75 years ago, the Washington Treaty was signed right here by the original 12 allies in Washington, D.C. And I'll note that last night, Secretary General Stoltenberg described the Washington Treaty by saying, "Never have so few words meant so much to so many." Last, but certainly not least, we are grateful to be this year's hosts because of the foundational role that alliances and partnerships play in US foreign policy. And there is no better example than NATO, the standard bearer for the world. Strengthening and modernizing our alliances has been one of the central projects of President Biden's foreign policy since he took office. So you can imagine how happy we are to spend a whole week with single-minded focus on just that.
The Public Forum is definitely NATO's premier public event to connect friends and citizens across the globe to our alliance. So what to expect? What makes this edition exceptional? It will feature over 40 panels and conversations. That's a lot of quality time with leaders and experts just over 2 days. We are proud to host 10 allied partners, heads of state and governments. We are also very happy to host 21 ministers, 13 foreign affairs ministers, 11 from allied nations, 2 from partner nations, 8 allied ministers of defense, and we are especially honored to welcome senior Ukrainian voices like Minister Yermak and Stefanishina. We're also very grateful to the American senators and House representatives who agreed to join us, as well as 10 US government senior officials. We will also be joined by 13 senior NATO officials, including our 3 highest military leaders, general managers of our agency, NCIA and SPA, as well as our chief scientist. Because we want this forum to be inclusive and to be open to other geographies, we have prepared for you vox pop videos from the US heartland and from NATO's frontiers in the Arctic, in the East, and the South. We've also invited the youth to join from our very recent youth summit in Stockholm and Miami. So you will also hear their voices. And finally, you will also hear 8 corporate voices because the industry matters and because we have great corporate partners.
As you know, the public forum is running concurrently with and right next door to the actual summit. Today, the North Atlantic Council, or the NAC, will meet to discuss NATO's deterrence and defense, as well as how we will continue to support Ukraine. Tomorrow, the NAC will be joined first by the EU and its Indo-Pacific partners in the morning, then by Ukraine in the afternoon.
As you see, we have designed this event to be in close dialogue with the mostly closed-door event next door, mirroring it, tackling the very same questions that are being discussed and negotiated there, and we have added a forward look on NATO's key trajectories for years to come. So let me say again, welcome and bienvenue à tous to the NATO Public Forum.
And now it's time to kick off our first panel entitled NATO Looking Ahead, Defending Our Future. It is my honor to welcome to the stage U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and GMF President Heather Conley.
Thank you so much, Amanda and Marie Doha. Warmest of welcomes to you, Secretary Blinken. And good morning, NATO Public Forum. You and I have an awesome responsibility here. You and I are sort of like the pace car for this 2-day race of the public forum.
I'm counting on you, Heather.
Well, I'm counting on you. So I guess we have to say, let's start our NATO engines and let's get going. And we have a lot of news to talk about, a lot of the most pressing issues on the agenda. But I just want to take a moment. I want to take a moment and honor this historic moment. So I looked back at those transcripts from 1949, and I discovered what the 51st Secretary of State said at the signing, Secretary Dean Acheson. He said, for those who participated in the drafting of this treaty, the Washington Treaty, must leave to others the judgment of the significance and the value of that act. So I just want to ask you very personally, no talking points, from one Europeanist to another Europeanist, what does this moment mean to you very personally?
Well, first, good morning, everyone. It's great to be with you today. I don't think we've seen this kind of assemblage of, we heard
the term, use it.
NATO nerds. You're all here.
We celebrate this. We celebrate it.
And I proudly count myself among you, and have for more than 30 years now.
Yes, sir.
The moment means a lot of things. The moment means 75 years. Jens Stoltenberg said it yesterday. This is now the longest enduring alliance in history. That in and of itself is remarkable. But I think it's evidence that country after country, government after government, representing now 1 billion people, has seen the extraordinary value of this alliance. And I think it really boils down to this when you think about it, because when Dean Acheson was here, when our predecessors were here, they were coming off 2 world wars. And the absolute priority for them was trying to put in place the understandings, the arrangements, the structures to prevent another global conflagration. And NATO was at the heart of that. And what is at the heart of NATO? This extraordinary commitment that an attack on one is an attack on all is the strongest possible deterrent to conflict, the best possible way to avoid war, because any would-be aggressor contemplating an attack knows that if they take on one of us, they have to take on all of us. And what we've seen over 75 years is a defensive alliance that's kept the peace for the citizens that it represents. And that in turn enables something else, because ultimately, NATO is not an end in itself. The end in itself is to make sure that citizens of the countries that come together in NATO are able to lead their lives freely, securely, to try to make progress, to try to hand down a better life to their children than one they had. And it starts with the security. If you have that, everything else becomes possible.
Absolutely, thank you. Well, one of the pressing priorities at this 75th year is, of course, Ukraine. Last evening, we heard President Biden make some announcements about a new air defense package for Ukraine. So, Mr. Secretary, I actually want to start with that news. I hope you can help us unpack that and tell us a little bit more about the Ukraine package that we can expect at the summit.
Well, you heard the President yesterday talk about the work that we've done and other allies have done to put together more air defense systems for Ukraine, notably Patriots, but also many other systems, because we know that's the key to so many things. It's a key to defending Ukraine's infrastructure. It's a key to defending its people. It's a key to defending its forces. It's also key to making sure that we're unlocking the private sector and economic investment in Ukraine that will also be essential to Ukraine's success going forward. But people need to make investments in secure environments. So these air defense systems, we know, have been job number one for Ukraine and as a result for the alliance that's supporting it. But this is just part of a comprehensive package that we're putting in place, that we've actually put in place since before day one, to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself when it needs it. And I'm also pleased to announce that as we speak, the transfer of F-16 jets is underway, coming from Denmark, coming from the Netherlands. And those jets will be flying in the skies of Ukraine this summer to make sure that Ukraine can continue to effectively defend itself against the Russian aggression.
So we also understand, coming out of the summit, we'll have announcements that there will be a new NATO command in Wiesbaden that will be very focused, building on the extraordinary work of the Ramstein Defense Contact Group to sustain capabilities for Ukraine, operations, maintenance. We'll have a NATO liaison officer in Kyiv. I mean, this is a pretty robust package that you're talking about. You said something when you last were in Kyiv on, I believe, May 14th. And you said, our strategy is that Ukraine must win. Is that package, and this is robust, but are the packages that NATO is putting forward, is it enough to fulfill that vision for Ukraine to win?
Yeah, I believe it is. And let's talk about two things. Let's talk about what winning means, what success is for Ukraine. And in my estimation, at least, success is a strong, independent Ukraine, increasingly integrated with Euro-Atlantic institutions like the European Union, like NATO, and that is able to stand on its own feet, militarily, economically, democratically. And what we see is Ukraine on a trajectory to do just that, militarily. We have an incredibly robust package that will be unveiled over the next couple of days at NATO that builds a very clear, strong, robust, well-lit bridge to NATO membership for Ukraine, including, as you mentioned, the first time NATO's dedicated a command to helping an aspiring country join the alliance. This, in and of itself, is extraordinary. Just a few weeks ago, President Biden signed our bilateral security agreement with Ukraine. At the last NATO summit, on its margins, President Biden brought together more than 30 countries to negotiate and now sign these bilateral security agreements. What does that mean? It means that for the next decade, country after country has vowed to help Ukraine build its deterrent and defense capacity. That sends the strongest possible message to Vladimir Putin that he can't outlast Ukraine, he can't outlast Ukraine's partners. So the military trajectory is clear. The economic trajectory is critical. Making sure that private sector investment is being driven into Ukraine. Our former Secretary of Commerce, Penny Pritzker, has been leading our efforts with so many other allies and partners. We just had a very strong reconstruction conference. in Germany. But all of this is about making sure that investment is driven to Ukraine. I'm convinced that Ukraine has tremendous capacity, first, to develop a strong defense industrial base for itself and for other countries, but also because of the extraordinary innovation of Ukrainian entrepreneurs, the Ukrainian economy, to develop a strong, robust economy. Of course, the air defenses are critical to make sure, as I said before, that investments that are being made, physical investments that are being made, are protected. And then finally, democratic deepening. The fact that the EU opened its accession process with Ukraine, the fact that NATO also requires, as Ukraine moves irreversibly along the path to membership, that it continue reforms, that's the strongest guarantee that the reforms that the Ukrainian people so strongly support will continue and will deepen. And that results in a Ukraine that is strong, that is independent, and that is the best possible rebuke to Vladimir Putin.
Mr. Secretary, I'm so glad you talked about the well-lit bridge, because I think an enormous amount of energy is being expended upon verbal gymnastics in some ways, the irreversible path, the well-lit bridge, all of these terms. But what you've been talking about, the actions, the robustness, that speaks louder than words.
Exactly
That's
right.
the relationship with NATO. But why are we so caught up? Why can't there be greater simplicity and clarity about this incredibly close relationship that Ukraine will join NATO? Help me understand why we're using all of these very creative words.
Well, we have a lot of very talented people who have to spend a lot of time writing NATO declarations. We want to make sure they're fully employed.
So that's the secret.
So, as someone who's done that myself in the past, in all seriousness, by the way,
please.
Our colleagues are doing extraordinary work because, look, we have 32 allies. This is a democratic alliance, an alliance of democratic countries. Different countries have slightly different views on some of these issues, and part of our responsibility is to proceed with consensus. The greatest strength that we have, the most valuable currency we have as an alliance, is our unity, but that unity doesn't just happen. It's the product of conversation, it's the product of listening, it's the product of talking, it's the product of building that consensus, and it gets reflected in these documents. But Heather, you're exactly right. I think it's important to look at the words, but it's even more important to look at the actions. As I said a moment ago, the first time NATO's had a dedicated command to helping an aspiring country join the alliance. And that has very practical components to it that will, I think, speed Ukraine's accession to the alliance. And we talk about a bridge. It's nice to have an image, a metaphor. As my colleague Jim O'Brien likes to say, it's a bridge that's going to be strong, well lit, and with this command, I think it'll be a short bridge too.
So I'm going to sprinkle another historical quote, and this was by President Truman the year following the signing of the Washington Treaty. At his inaugural address, he said, and I thought this is a good definition, not quite that word salad that we were talking about, the main objective of the North Atlantic Treaty is to erase any possible doubt and uncertainty that may be lurking in the minds of potential aggressors. Is that package enough to deter Vladimir Putin on Ukraine? That's the question. Does that provide sufficient certainty?
Well, first, President speaking clearly, speaking directly, and we'll try to live up to that example as best we can. But look, the proof will be in the pudding. I believe it should. But at the end of the day, what is so important is delivering these practical results, showing that Ukraine has the capacity, that its partners have the capacity. I mentioned a moment ago the fact that the F-16s are on their way. The transfer is happening as we speak. They'll be flying in the skies of Ukraine this summer. That's another very important proof point because, again, it concentrates Vladimir Putin's mind on the fact that he will not outlast Ukraine, he will not outlast us, and if he persists, the damage that will continue to be done to Russia and its interests will only deepen. The fastest way, the quickest way to get to peace is through a strong Ukraine.
Absolutely. To sort of twist President Truman's words a bit, I'm wondering if the aggressor is starting to put doubts in the mind of some NATO members. And what I'm speaking about is these brazen hybrid attacks. We've seen a series of them. In fact, quite extraordinarily, U.S. bases across Europe had to go on high alert this last week. This is starting to be of greater concern. What does NATO have to do to try to get to that problem? Because that is undermining NATO unity?
It has to do, and it is doing, what it's always done, which is to adapt. When we came into office, one of the most important things to do from the outset, besides re-engaging the alliance, re-energizing it, and as necessary, reimagining it, was to put forward a new strategic concept, the first one in a decade, to take account for the fact that we're in a dramatically changed security environment with not only new actors posing challenges, but also new means, new methods. That strategic concept reflects the fact that we have these hybrid threats. Since we put out the strategic concept, we've been working to turn it into real plans, real programs that demonstrate that NATO is capable and effective in dealing with exactly these kind of challenges. That's going to be carried forward at this summit. More to be said about that in the next couple of days. But I can tell you from the meetings that we've had to prepare for this summit, every ally is acutely aware of this. Every ally is acutely focused on this. The fact that we've seen attacks in recent months, arson attacks, sabotage attacks, attempted assassinations, misinformation, disinformation, cyber threats. These are not one-offs. This is part of a deliberate strategy by Russia to try to undermine our security and undermine the cohesion of the alliance. It's not going to work because we see it and we're acting on it.
I think we need to start acting on it. It's so concerning that these are increasing for sure. Let me turn a little bit to the broader elements of the summit and working with our Indo-Pacific partners. The largest land war in Europe since the Second World War is not simply a concern to the Euro-Atlantic community. We now, this week, have Chinese military exercising with the Belarusian military. We have reports of North Korean trainers coming into Russia. This is now a global alignment of our adversaries from Russia to China, Iran, and North Korea. Can NATO play that bridge between the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic? This is the third summit where our 4 Indo-Pacific prime ministers are here. Their commitment is getting stronger. Can NATO play that role?
Yes. And we are seeing it play exactly that role. You mentioned this is the third summit in a row that we've had Indo-Pacific partners here at NATO. Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Korea. And it's a reflection of the fact of exactly what you said, that these challenges are linked, that our theaters of work together are linked. And maybe this was crystallized by Ukraine when Prime Minister Kishida of Japan said that what's happening in Europe today could be happening in East Asia tomorrow. When Russia committed its aggression, its renewed aggression against Ukraine, and Japan stood up, South Korea stood up, Australia, New Zealand. This is a reflection of that recognition that these challenges are linked, and when democracies stand together, whether they're in Europe, Asia, or elsewhere, we're going to be stronger and more effective. So as we're gathering here in Washington with our Indo-Pacific partners, what this means is we are breaking down the silos between Europe, Asia, and the United States. And this has been a very deliberate objective of President Biden from day one. Not only building convergence with our allies, stronger convergence when it comes to how to approach Russia, and in a different way, how to approach China, but also break down the barriers, the walls between European partners and Asian partners. And of course, what's happened just in the last year and a half has only reinforced the imperative. Ukraine. We see, unfortunately, China not providing weapons to Russia to pursue its aggression, but being the major contributor to Russia's defense industrial base. 70% of the machine tools that Russia's importing are coming from China. 90% of the microelectronics that Russia's importing coming from China. And that's enabled it to sustain its aggression against Ukraine. We've seen a massive buildup of its weaponry over the last year and a half. Tanks, missiles, munitions. That's the product of a defense industrial base being fueled by China. As a result, European allies understand the challenge posed by China to Europe's security. And of course, China can't have it both ways. It can't be all at once, or claim to be, for peace and want to have better relations with Europe, while at the same time fueling what is arguably the most significant threat to European security since the end of the Cold War. We see it in the relationship between Russia and North Korea. That's abundantly clear. And in all of these areas, as well as some of the hybrid threats that you alluded to before, the connections are clearer and clearer. The alliance is one place, and maybe I would argue a central place, where we can bring everyone together so that we're acting together.
So, Mr. Secretary, you're talking about strengthening this global alliance, of which the United States has built over the last 75 years. You have some very vocal American national security analysts saying there's one thing we have to focus on, China. Everything else is a waste. Let our allies deal with everything else. We have to focus on China. What is your answer to that criticism or critique of what you're trying to build here?
Well, my answer is, first of all, of course, we are focusing on China, and we're doing it in two ways. One, we're making the investments in ourselves at home to make sure that we're approaching China from a position of domestic strength. When you look at everything that's happened over the last 3.5 years with the incredible investments in our own infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our communications, through the Infrastructure Act. When you look at our commitment to make sure that we maintain our leadership, our world leadership on microelectronics and chips through the Chips and Science Act. When you look at the investments that have been made in climate technology, which is going to be a critical part of the 21st century economy, that puts the United States in a position of strength. European allies are doing exactly the same thing. But the other aspect of this is not only, as we've done, re-energize our alliances and partnerships, starting with Europe, but also make sure that there is greater and greater convergence in our approach to some of the challenges posed by China. I think if you look at what NATO has said in the strategic concept, if you look at what key Europeans have said, what the European Union has said, it is abundantly clear that we have more convergence now when it comes to how to approach China than we've ever had. And that's a source of tremendous strength. It means that instead of having one country having to deal with the challenges alone, the United States representing maybe 20% of world GDP, suddenly we've aligned 40, 50, and with our Asian partners, 60% of world GDP. That makes a huge difference. And so precisely because these challenges are joined, dealing with some of the problems posed by China requires this work with, alignment with, convergence with Europe as well as with Asia.
I believe I would say, maybe using a little bit of that Truman simplicity, the adversary has a vote and they are aligning. We have not the luxury of focusing on one.
That's correct, and this is, I think it's a really important point. This is not simply a reflection of our choices, it's a reflection of the choices, the policies that China has chosen to pursue, and of course that Russia is pursuing in Ukraine right now.
And I think you're right, it does pose for all NATO members a structural challenge of how do you work in those multiple theaters when you're dealing with their alignment versus how we are organizing our alliances. Mr. Secretary, I wanted to turn, because you raised it, and I'm really glad you did, talking about alliance unity. We know that is the center of gravity. We know how important that is. And we also know that sacrifices sometimes have to be made to keep that unity. You hear mutterings of the least common denominator. We're not getting exactly what we want because we have to ensure that alliance unity. But I think over the last week, we're crossing a threshold where accepting unity, we're sacrificing or jeopardizing NATO security. You had one NATO member who has now visited Moscow and Beijing. He's talked about Beijing as being a strategic partner, has received by NATO and the EU an opt-out of support for Ukraine. You had another member this week suggest that they would like to be welcomed into a security organization that is also it participated with Russia and China. What is NATO's message has to be clear, does it not?
Well, I think
this is getting to a point of straining unity.
NATO's message is very clear. It's very clear in what's happening here in Washington over these couple of days. It's very clear in the entire trajectory of the alliance over the last 3.5 years. An alliance that's now 32 members strong, with Finland and Sweden, of course, joining. An alliance that is better budgeted and resourced than it's ever been. When we started out, 9 members of the alliance were meeting the 2% of GDP for defense threshold that was set at the Wales Summit. We're now at 23 NATO allies. So NATO is speaking loudly and clearly with its actions. As I mentioned before, we have a strategic concept agreed among all the allies that very well reflects the challenges and threats that we face today and will be facing tomorrow. So I see NATO speaking not only with unity, but unity that's actually raising the floor on what NATO partners are contributing, raising the floor on an understanding of the threats that we face, raising the floor on our commitment to take action together to deal with those threats. So far from a race to the bottom just for the sake of consensus or unity, what I'm seeing is a race to the top by this alliance. Again, it's let's be very simple about it. NATO is stronger than it's ever been. It's bigger than it's ever been. It's more fit for purpose than it's ever been.
I think, Mr. Secretary, it's not about necessarily the 2%, and I think we're going to be raising that bar,
Yes.
don't you think? It's going to be the new 2.5, maybe even the new 3% if we're heading into this this era of tremendous instability. No, but I'm saying even a NATO member can spend 2%, but still be working to undermine the security of the alliance itself. So it's not just 2%. How do we get back to, again, that core of the Washington Treaty, the preamble? We defend democracy, we defend a certain set of values. When allies don't profess necessarily to uphold those values, what's the answer? I mean, this is about us. It's not about the adversary. It's about who we are.
Of course, allies, as we speak, for the last 2.5 years now, have been defending those values, defending our democracy that's at stake in Ukraine. They know that it's not only about Ukraine, it's not only about the Ukrainian people, it's actually about the values that unite us and the basic principles that all of us have agreed on together with so many other countries around the world that were designed to try to keep the peace and protect against aggression. And NATO countries are standing up day after day to defend those principles, to defend those values. Now look, communicating with adversaries, with enemies, that's fine. Communications are important. You want to make sure that at least you're not misunderstanding each other. But of course, what's communicated is really important as well. I would hope that anyone, for example, going to Moscow now, makes very clear to Vladimir Putin that NATO's not going anywhere, Ukraine's not going anywhere, the European Union's not going anywhere, and that what we just saw the other day, a horrific attack on a children's hospital, is totally, totally, totally unacceptable, and Russia will continue to be ostracized as long as it engages in those kinds of actions. I would hope and expect that anyone going to Beijing makes clear what I said a moment ago, that continuing to fuel Russia's defense industrial base, continuing to allow the greatest threat to European security since the end of the Cold War to go forward, is something that is unacceptable to Europe. And that means unacceptable is a word. Actions follow that, including, as necessary, sanctions, including, as necessary, not allowing relations that Beijing might seek to improve to actually improve. So what we're focused on is what allies and partners are doing, and I tell you as an alliance, what we're doing is evidencing greater strength and commitment to the principles, the values that are at the heart of this alliance that I've seen.
Are you confident those messages are being sent?
I have confidence those messages are being sent.
Right.
But again, we come together as 32 countries. From the perspective of the United States, it's so important that we listen to each other, that we communicate clearly with each other, and yes, we develop consensus. But what I'm seeing again is a consensus that is moving us up, not holding us back.
So we've welcomed, this is Sweden's first
right.
NATO summit. Great to come in. We've got this bolt of energy, I feel it, with Sweden and Finland joining. There's an energy in the Nordic-Baltic quadrant of NATO. How has it been to welcome those new men? They're seeing what's behind the curtain. How have you introduced your two new colleagues now into NATO? Tell us some good stories.
Well, of course, Sweden and Finland have been NATO partners for a long time. They've contributed tremendously to the alliance, to our common endeavors for a long time. But to have them at the table is something I suspect most people in this room 3 years ago, I doubt anyone really would have imagined that.
If you would have read a lot of think tank reports 15 years ago, you would have known this would have been the case, but that's okay.
I might have
let it slip.
I might have written one or two of those reports back in the day.
Good,
So,
see?
but in all seriousness, you're right. I think it has added a jolt of energy. They're both remarkable partners. They bring so much to the alliance. They change the strategic equation in a very powerful way. But it's also a reflection of new realities that the entire alliance is facing. New aggression, new forms of aggression, a new determination to stand up together to combat it. But look, we have a little kept secret for the alliance is there's a pretty strong Nordic and Scandinavian component to this alliance, as evidenced by Jens Stoltenberg. President Biden gave him the Medal of Freedom last night. And that was a very powerful reflection of the extraordinary leadership that he's demonstrated over a decade of incredible change for NATO, but a decade that he's managed with brilliance.
Well, he's really had a unique talent of communicating with some of those allies that don't see eye to eye always with the consensus was incredibly important in resolving some of the difficulties in the run up to welcoming Sweden and Finland. Any advice for his successor about how to manage the diplomacy of maintaining alliance unity?
Well, I know Mark Rutte. I think many in this room do as well. I have tremendous confidence in his abilities to take the torch from Jens and to do what Jens did so brilliantly, which was actually to listen to all of our partners, to build that consensus, to demonstrate through our actions that unity really is our most valuable currency, and to build it every single day. But again, it doesn't just happen. It's the product of being engaged every single day. Not pulling back, not isolating ourselves, actually leaning in, leaning forward. I know Mark is going to do that brilliantly. And I think the trajectory we're on with all of our member states is to continue to do exactly that.
So, Mr. Secretary, I'm going to end. My last question is going to be a historical question, but moving forward. So, as Dean Acheson asked, you know, it is for others to judge, and the 71st Secretary of State just rendered judgment on the 51st Secretary of State's judgment. So let's look forward when NATO celebrates its 150th anniversary, next 75 years.
Look forward to seeing you all there, by the way.
Yes, exactly. We'll be in our wheelchairs, exactly. What judgment would you like your successor to render about what you have done here on the 75th anniversary to keep 1 billion people safe? Will they know that we've done enough to advance the cause of freedom?
The proof will be in the tests that are in front of us and how we meet them. But I hope that when we look back on this period of time, one of the conclusions that people will reach is that the United States was leaning in. We re-engaged our alliance. We helped to re-energize our alliance. We helped to reimagine our alliance so that even as we celebrate 75 years of the most successful defensive alliance in history, we were resolutely focused on the future and doing everything that we could in our time to make sure that that success for 75 years would continue and that the alliance would be adapted, focused, fit for purpose for our time and for the years ahead. Because again, I come back to what I started with, Heather. This alliance is a reflection of a commitment that leaders in all of our countries make to the people we represent. A commitment that we do everything possible to keep them secure, to prevent wars, to deter conflict, so that they can move on with their lives in freedom, in security. And so if we manage, as the result of the actions that we've taken over these last years and in this period, to do that in the years ahead, we will have succeeded.
We will know we will do enough if Ukraine wins.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. This has been a great kickoff. I hope we've started things off. We've revved up our engines. I know you've provided a lot of food for thought. Thank you so much. I know you have to get back to start your summit, but first, will everyone please join me in warm applause?
Thank you.
For the Secretary of State.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. Thank you, Heather, for a great scene setter for our conversation throughout the day. Really answering the question, what is at stake for NATO, for close to 1 billion of our citizens. This was a news-making session. F-16s are coming this summer. The bridge for Ukraine will be not only well-lit, but also short. And as Secretary Blinken pointed out at the very end, it's all for us to lean in, both during this summit and in the next 75 years of NATO's history. So with this political scene setter, let me now turn to our military dimension, and let me welcome Peter Rao of Hudson Institute, who will lead a conversation with General Cavalli. Peter, the stage is yours.
Well, good morning. As mentioned, I'm Peter Rao, Senior Fellow and Director of the Center on Europe and Eurasia at Hudson Institute. and it is my high honor to be joined today by United States Army General Chris Cavoli. General Cavoli was commissioned into the infantry in 1987. He's had a long and distinguished career, culminating in his appointment to EUCOM, a position he took up on July 1st, 2022. And 3 days later, on our nation's birthday, July 4th,
that's right,
he became Supreme Allied Commander Europe. General Cavoli, welcome to the Public Forum.
Thank you, Peter.
At public conferences like these that focus on European security, we tend to talk a lot about deterrence, how to preserve the peace that the alliance has forged for us over the decades.
Yeah.
But there tends to be less focus on warfighting capability, the ability to actually win a war should deterrence fail. So to rectify that imbalance a little bit, let me ask you, how confident are you that the alliance could be able to conduct high-intensity combat 10, 20, 30 days into a war with Russia should deterrence fail?
No, I'm quite confident. So we have, over the last couple of years, based on the work of my predecessors, one of whom is sitting right over there. Hi, Scap, how are you, sir? We have been building out a strategic concept and then the enablement of that strategic concept for the deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area. So it started with the strategic approach, and then it's come down through a couple of major documents. In the last couple of years, what we've done is turn those into concrete plans. Traditional, classical operational plans that describe how we're going to defend specific areas of the alliance and what we're going to use to do it and what the sequence of events is. This is a big shift. The alliance had gone for many years without plans since the end of the Cold War, real significant plans to defend the territory of the alliance. That has produced a whole range of changes for us. As you know, after the end of the Cold War, the alliance refocused on out-of-area operations and crisis management. These tended to be smaller scale operations done on a predictable basis, so it allowed for a cyclical force generation model. All of this gave us the opportunity to economize, especially in terms of higher headquarters and enabling organizations such as logistics brigades and long-range fires and things like that. All that's coming back now as a result of the plans. The plans have given us a force structure requirement that's guiding the way we resource the plans and the way NATO's militaries, the national militaries, compose themselves, what sort of forces they build for us. It is produced in a very short amount of time. Instead of a cyclically available brigade or two, we suddenly now have 300 forces at the higher two levels of readiness against the plans, 300,000, even more depending on how you count. That's because we've been able to amalgamate and incorporate national defense plans into the NATO defense plan so they complement each other. And it's produced an ability to be forward postured. As you know, we've got 8 battle groups on the ground, forward postured, that blend with national host nation forces in their Article 3 responsibilities. So it's a very effective method. We have the right number of troops forward right now. We've been practicing at large scale our ability to reinforce. As you know, those battle groups need to be reinforced when the time is needed, up to the brigade level. We've been rehearsing that. We've done extensive readiness checks to make sure they have the right amount of ammunition and so forth. And as we go forward, we've continued to do these large-scale exercises where we practice the subsequent reinforcement of specific areas. Steadfast Defender this year, over 90,000 soldiers. So I'm very confident in our ability to do that. We have some weaknesses that we have to work on, and we will.
Those DDA family of plans were, of course, ratified at the last NATO summit in Vilnius. How far along are the allies in resourcing those plans?
Quite far along. So, you know, all of this reorientation from out-of-area operations onto large-scale collective defense of the territory of the alliance is a profound shift, right? It's a very, very big shift. National militaries have to go through that shift on their own. The U.S. military has been undergoing it for several years now. And for the alliance, it's a big shift. It's challenged a lot of the ways we did business during the last 35 years. One of those is the way we generate force and the way we source our operational plans. The way we did it was frankly designed to put together very small organizations on a very predictable basis. Now, we've had to turn the system around. Instead of what will you make available, the question is, if we got into a large-scale fight, what would you not make available? We assume you'll make most of your military available. My deputy, Admiral Keith Blount, is the one who came up with this reformulation of the question, and it immediately refocused our allies in the way they contribute. So several allies have contributed their entire military force structure, save just a tiniest amount, to NATO's plans. As a result of this, for the most part, in capital platforms, in large ground units, we're pretty much where we need to be. We have some gaps in specific places, especially at enablement and logistics, that sort of thing. And those we're working on through the NATO defense planning process right now.
My colleagues at Hudson Institute, who track the war most closely, have suggested that Russia has shown some adaptability on the battlefield and have learned some lessons along the way. Is NATO learning lessons from the war in Ukraine? And are you confident that our learning curve is ahead of the Russians?
Yeah, so I think the first thing to remember is that NATO consists of nations' militaries, right? So those nations are studying very intensely the war in Ukraine, and each of the nations is, our member nations are developing and evolving new techniques and working on new technologies. But we as an alliance also study it very closely. We have a couple of different organizations that study the war in Ukraine, and we're about to set one up with our Ukrainian colleagues in Poland. The JTEC is going to come together, and that will really be an information exchange center for lessons learned. Then we incorporate those into our future doctrine. My friend Philippe Lavigne, who I hope is here someplace, the Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation, writes future concepts that are largely informed by what we're seeing in Ukraine. And then, of course, inside the alliance, we use our exercise program to test new techniques and new technologies that, for the most part, nations bring forward into the exercise. But it is quickly evolving. Your colleagues at Hudson are right. The Russians are very cleverly adapting to technologically and procedurally to many of the challenges that they run into in Ukraine.
One thing that's less discussed are SACEUR's peacetime authorities.
Sure.
But that has evolved somewhat since
Tremendous.
onset of full-scale hostilities in Ukraine. Are your authorities commensurate and sufficient to prepare the alliance in a period of high tension prior to full onset of hostilities? And perhaps for the audience, you could just lay out what those authorities are.
Yeah. So SACEUR's authorities were pretty circumscribed during long periods of peace, which is fairly appropriate, right? At the beginning of this conflict, my predecessor, Todd Walters, petitioned the NAC to activate the 5 graduated response plans, which is a form of planning process that we had. When those were activated, General Walters suddenly got significant authorities to move folks around. For example, he got the authority to deploy parts or all of the very high readiness joint task force on his plan. He got the authority to perform specified enhanced vigilance activities throughout the AOR, so he could name an operation and then conduct it, defensive operations. As we came through the new family of plans, one part of the modernization of NATO's collective defense has been to change the way we grant authorities to SACEUR. And instead of going one by one through an incredibly arcane manual like this thick that gives one authority at a time, what we've done is we've bundled authorities together and we've attached those to certain alert states. And some amount of the alert state I'm allowed to declare, like up to alert state yellow, and just inform the NAC, and that gives me certain authorities. And then for higher levels of alert, the NAC has to grant that in a deliberate political move. So I have the authority to do everything I need to do right now, I believe, in the run-up to a period of conflict, to include deploying forces to deter the conflict, and then to be in position and be ready if the alliance should invoke Article 5. Yeah, I do think we've made a huge amount of progress in the past couple of years on that.
Because it's so rare to have the opportunity to interview Sakir,
I know.
I asked a few of my colleagues for a question, and so I've gotten one from them.
Can't they just raise their hands?
They dare not show up given the question. I'm just kidding.
Oh, no.
The NATO force model is replacing the NATO response force. And at Tier 3, the new force structure is expected to field 500,000 troops in 30 to 100 days. Such a large-scale deployment at high readiness will require a thorough inspection mechanism. Do you have any such measures in mind, like SNAP exercises?
Yeah, we sure do. We've already got a readiness program inside the alliance. The question is how vigorously is it exercised, and is there any compliance mechanism inside it? Compliance in the alliance is always, up to nations. It's a political act, how high a level of readiness they want to maintain. But I do have the authority and the systems necessary to go inspect readiness. We're changing some of the things we look at, right? So as we look in Ukraine, we've put in an increased emphasis on stockpiles and munitions and supplies on hand and readily available. We've extended the logistical systems necessary to deploy and to resupply to our troops. Instead of just looking at the sharp side of the sword, we're looking at the whole sword now. And we've developed teams that will become active very soon that will go out and check readiness based on my authorities to inspect the readiness of the forces under my command or that are to be under my command in a time of crisis. Yeah.
We have a minute and a half left, so I'll ask you one final question. You mentioned the battle groups earlier. The president last night at the Mellon Auditorium discussed the 4 that were in existence prior to the full-scale invasion, the 4 new ones that have been put in place in the southern eastern flank of the alliance. We've seen what can happen under even short-term occupation by Russian forces in places like Bucha and Irpin. How confident are you that the forward land forces concept can guard against such a contingency in, say, the Baltic states?
Well, the forward land forces concept is not the totality of our plans to defend, right? It's the beginning of it. It's the stuff that's in place. And it's only one domain. Those are just land forces. We have air forces, we have other forces, right? It's just the beginning. All of that gets reinforced at time of crisis, and in the case of a conflict, all of that would become reinforced. I'm very confident that it can defend forward. The plans are specifically designed and the timetables are specifically designed to defend every inch of the alliance's territory. And I think when we look at what happened in Ukraine, in places like Bucha, in Irpin, in places like that, Izium, I have a moral authority, a moral responsibility to defend every inch of our territory and all the citizens on it.
General Cavoli, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Peter. It's great.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, General Cavoli. Thank you, Peter, for really another fascinating conversation focused on the military aspect of readiness, of how we are learning from our Ukrainian brothers and sisters fighting brutal war with Russia, but also for emphasizing the need to defend every single inch of NATO territory. And believe me, coming from the eastern flank, this is very real for us and very important. Now, let me welcome Frederick Kemp, CEO and President of the Atlantic Council, for a conversation with the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. Frederick, the stage is yours.
What a great lineup to start the day. The Secretary of State, the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, Secretary of Defense. It's really an honor to be here. And thanks to everyone in the room. Good morning to you all, and good afternoon to everyone joining from Europe, and hello to everyone joining from all over the world virtually. Since its founding in 1949, since NATO's founding, the United States has played a pivotal role in safeguarding transatlantic security, and the Secretary of Defense has always been at the center of that. As one of NATO's founding members, the U.S. has proven to be a critical part of the alliance's collective defense and its adaptability to deter evolving threats. And they have been evolving. America has always stood ready to defend and protect the Euro-Atlantic area and beyond, continuing its commitments to the principles of the Washington Treaty. U.S. leadership was pivotal, particularly following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. mobilizing tremendous support, and you've heard more about that today, new Air Force batteries, F-16s, to bolster collective defenses on NATO's eastern flank, fortifying the commitment to NATO allies, and extending that kind of critical assistance to Ukraine. So it's my privilege to introduce a leader who embodies this commitment to transatlantic and indeed global security, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. A graduate of West Point in 1975, Secretary Austin's career in the U.S. Army spanned more than 40 years. Throughout his years of service, he has led the command at the Corps, Division, Battalion, and Brigade levels in the U.S. Armed Forces. Secretary Austin was awarded the Silver Star for his leadership of the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division during the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Before he concluded his uniformed service, Secretary Austin was the commander of the U.S. Central Command from 2013 to 2016, one of our most challenging positions, where he was responsible for all the military operations in the Middle East and Afghanistan. Under his leadership, the U.S. Department of Defense has adapted national defense strategies to address the greatest global challenges of our time. And it's reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to allies and its role as a champion of the rules-based order. In particular, and this is really important, Secretary Austin's late leadership in the Ukraine Defense Contact Group has proven invaluable in uniting over 50 nations to provide critical military support and security assistance to Ukraine. We saw Vladimir Putin's message to the NATO summit on Monday this week with a barrage of more than 40 missiles on Ukraine, including hitting a children's hospital. We've seen an answer in more air defenses. We've seen an answer in the F-16s. We've seen an answer in everything else that Secretary Austin and all the allies are doing. As President Biden has said, the world is at an inflection point with wars in the Middle East, Europe, rising challenge posed to China, biggest defense buildup, peacetime defense buildup in history from China. The Secretary of Defense is facing more simultaneous challenges than perhaps any predecessor. And we're lucky to have a man of his pedigree and capability at this historic moment. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage the 28th U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin.
Well, good morning. It's really good to be here with all of you. And Fred, thanks for that kind introduction. And for all that you've done for the Atlantic Council and for bringing us together on a pretty big week. It's a huge honor for the United States and President Biden to host this historic summit in Washington, just down the road from the site where the original 12 NATO allies signed the North Atlantic Treaty 75 years ago. And together, we're marking one of the great success stories that the world has ever known. On April 4th, 1949, those 12 democracies came together in the wake of 2 world wars and at the dawn of a new Cold War. And they all remembered, as President Truman put it, the sickening blow of unprovoked aggression. And so they vowed to stand together for their collective defense and to safeguard freedom and democracy across Europe and North America. They made a solemn commitment, declaring that an armed attack against one ally would be considered an attack against them all. Now, that commitment was enshrined in Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. It was the foundation of NATO, and it still is. And on that bedrock, we have built the strongest and most successful defensive alliance in human history. Throughout the Cold War, NATO deterred Soviet aggression against Western Europe and prevented a third World War. In the 1990s, NATO used air power to stop ethnic cleansing in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Kosovo. And the day after September 11th, 2001, when Al-Qaeda terrorists attacked our country, including slamming a plane into the Pentagon, NATO invoked Article 5 for the first and only time in its history. So NATO has always stood by us, and we're going to stand by NATO. Without NATO, the past 75 years would have been far different and far more dangerous. You know, I'm proud of the ways that NATO continues to strengthen our shared security. I'm proud of the way that NATO and America's other alliances and partnerships have grown and strengthened under the leadership of President Biden. And I'm especially proud of the way that our allies and partners, including our NATO allies, have met the challenge of Putin's increasingly aggressive Russia. In 2014, Putin made an illegal land grab against Ukraine's Crimea region and eastern Ukraine. And since then, NATO has undertaken the largest reinforcement of our collective defense in a generation, with more forces, more capabilities, and more investment. Since 2014, our fellow allies have increased their defense spending by an average of 72%, accounting for inflation. In February 2022, the world again saw what President Truman called the sickening blow of unprovoked aggression, as the Kremlin's forces invaded the free and sovereign state of Ukraine. As this administration has made very clear, we will not be dragged into Putin's reckless war of choice. But we will stand by Ukraine as it fights for its sovereignty and security. We will defend every inch of NATO, and we will continue to strengthen NATO's collective defense and deterrence. In the wake of Putin's imperial invasion of Ukraine, we've bolstered NATO's forward defense posture with more troops at high readiness, larger exercises, sharper vigilance, and multinational battle groups in 8 countries. NATO is now larger than ever. And our new allies in Finland and Sweden have brought the alliance's membership to 32. And make no mistake, Putin's war is not the result of NATO enlargement. Putin's war is the cause of NATO enlargement. Over the past 3.5 years, we've also seen an historic increase in annual defense spending across the alliance by almost $80 billion. All NATO allies have agreed to spend at least 2% of their GDP on defense. In 2014, only 3 allies hit that target. In 2021, only 6 allies did so. But this year, a record 23 NATO allies are meeting the 2% defense spending target. Now, our NATO allies are not just spending more on their own defense, they're also spending more on America's defense industrial base. That means platforms and munitions built in America. And that's helping to revitalize production lines across our country and to create good jobs for American workers. Now, all of that progress is a testament to U.S. leadership and allied solidarity. But it's also a testament to the leadership of our outgoing Secretary General, my good friend Jens Stoltenberg. Throughout a decade of challenge, Jens has guided the alliance with skill and steel. And we are all deeply, deeply grateful. Now, we're going to keep building on our progress, and we've got an ambitious agenda this week. First, we'll continue to implement NATO's new family of plans, the most robust since the Cold War. And that will significantly improve our ability to deter and defend against any new threat. Second, we'll work to endorse a pledge to expand industrial capacity across the alliance. And this will help us scale up military production and send an important long-term signal to industry. Third, we'll deepen cooperation in support of Ukraine's self-defense. We'll launch a new military effort to help coordinate some aspects of security assistance and training for Ukraine. And we're poised to agree on a new financial pledge to Ukraine. As another sign of our deep commitment to Ukraine's self-defense, a coalition of countries has been working tirelessly to provide F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. And today, President Biden, alongside the Dutch and Danish prime ministers, is proud to announce the transfer of F-16s is officially underway, and Ukraine will be flying F-16s this summer. And finally, we'll continue to deepen ties with our global partners, especially in the Indo-Pacific. I know that we're all troubled by China's support for Putin's war against Ukraine. But that just reminds us of the profound links between Euro-Atlantic security and Indo-Pacific security. And it sends a message to the world that we are united in our values. So we have a lot to tackle together. But we're also here to mark this moment. We're here to strengthen an alliance that has kept millions of people safe for 75 years. And we're here to reaffirm the ironclad commitment that those 12 leaders made on April 4th, 1949. An armed attack against one ally is an attack against us all. You know, as you heard Fred say, I had a brief 41-year career in uniform. I started working with NATO back in 1975 when I was Lieutenant Austin. And I've never seen NATO stronger or more united than it is today. And we are determined to keep it that way. You know, I learned a lesson early on in my Army career, and that lesson is that as a soldier, the last thing that you want to do is to fight alone. So here's the blunt military reality. America is stronger with our allies. America is safer with our allies. And America is more secure with our allies. And any attempt to undermine NATO only undermines American security. So we are here this week to strengthen NATO and to strengthen American and allied security for the next 75 years. As President Biden has said, our foes and rivals have tried to shatter our unity, but our democracies have stood unwavering. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the legacy that we celebrate. That is the vow that we hold, and that is the work that we will continue. Thank you very much.
Secretary Austin, thank you so much for the speech, for your thoughts, for your leadership as well, for really underpinning and emphasizing the message that the last thing that a soldier would want to do is fight alone. With that, for our guests online, please tune in for conversations with Doug Lute, U.S. Ambassador to NATO, and Rachel Rizzo. And for all of us here, there is a coffee break. Please be back at 10:35 and enjoy the conversations. Thanks.
Pacifics, for example. But it's undeniable that the looming, in fact, I would argue already ongoing competition with China will have a direct impact on not only Europe, but also North America. I mean, we're seeing this play out in so many ways. And I think Secretary of State Tony Blinken made this quite clear in his interview earlier today. I think for European allies, one of the things that has to be of concern is the buying up by China of commercial infrastructure in Europe, which is actually not just civilian infrastructure, but dual purpose infrastructure. So here you see this pattern, this trend of Chinese investment and purchasing of seaports, transportation infrastructure, energy infrastructure, mass communications infrastructure, and so forth. And it's, I think, increasingly important that NATO and our partners at the European Union appreciate that these are dual purpose and that rail lines, for example, or ports used by commercial entities are also a part of the military equation. So I think being more aware of Chinese attempts to influence Europe by way of commercial infiltration with the expectation that there's a political payoff down the road after these commercial investments are made. That's a place for us to be much more aware. And I think it illustrates China's end game, China's long game, which is the Belt and Road Initiative leading to the marketplace of Western Europe, and with the idea of commercial infiltration leading eventually to political influence.
So we're here in Washington, just blocks away from where the Washington Treaty was signed at the Mellon Auditorium back in April of 1949. There were 12 original NATO members. We're now at 32. What do you think would surprise those original founders about where the alliance has been and where it is today?
Right. Well, first of all, I think they'd be surprised that we're at 75. Right. Okay. I mean, I don't think anybody does something today and imagines where he or she will be in 75 years. Right. So I think they would be surprised. The 12 founders would be surprised at the durability of the alliance. And I think that they would remark that the source of that durability is actually in the second sentence of the Washington Treaty that cites that all the signatories to the treaty will abide by and believe in 3 democratic principles, which I think are the glue of the alliance and largely account for how we made it to 75, right? And those 3 are democracy, individual liberty, and rule of law. Now look, NATO was at 12 and is today at 32, an alliance of democracies. But there's 32 varieties of democracies here. And each of those I would offer, and humbly as an American, citing American democracy as well, each of them is a work in progress. But the fact that we're founded on these core values, I think, is part of the reason that, that we've been this durable. And I think that the founders would be proud of that second sentence.
Yeah.
I also think they have to be surprised at the geographic scope of the alliance. I mean, I don't imagine any of them could have thought of 12 becoming 32. I think that they'd marvel at that. I think with the Washington Treaty being, right, that they'd be shocked that the only time Article 5 has been invoked in these 75 years had nothing to do with an attack in Western Europe, had nothing to do with America responding to that attack and reinforcing our European allies, had nothing to do with the Soviet Union. But in fact, on the day, September 11th, right, it was actually the inverse of all that. It was Europe coming to the assistance of America, to include, in part, because of an attack here in Washington. So they'd be surprised about Article 5. I'd also remark, though, these photos make clear that the 12 men who signed the Washington, make clear that the 12 men who signed the Washington Treaty, I think would be surprised today at the role of women in leadership positions in NATO at multiple levels. So head of state and government, ministers, both foreign and defense ministers, the NATO staff, ambassadors, and so forth. I would add there that today, perhaps we should be surprised that there aren't more women in prominent roles in NATO. So I think there's a lot to be surprised at. One thing that they would not be surprised at.
Yeah, that's my next question.
I'll preempt your next question. They would not be surprised that NATO today is rallying in the face of Russian aggression.
Yeah.
That, of course, was the original forming cause of NATO. And today, I think, the founders would see a familiar Russia in terms of imperialist designs and aggression on its neighbors.
They probably wouldn't be surprised. They probably would also be surprised that we're trying to get Germany to spend more on defense and do more and be more forward-leaning as well.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Maybe even the Germans are a little surprised.
Yeah. There's a lot of surprise that has happened to us since 1949. You know, finally, one of the main headlines at this alliance, or at this specific summit, is what the alliance is delivering for Ukraine. There's a lot of talk about a bridge to membership that's well lit, that is short. But there's also been criticism that the weapons that we've been giving them have so many caveats on them that we're having Ukraine fight with one hand tied behind its back. What are your thoughts on the deliverables for Ukraine at this summit?
Well, I think that the military deliverables and the political deliverables, these two parallel tracks or lines of effort for Ukraine, are predictable and quite candidly, quite modest.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen even more progress on military assistance and on fulfilling the commitment that Ukraine politically will eventually become a member. The bridge metaphor works in part, but I'm not sure it's completely satisfactory. Look, I think everyone here at the summit this week was stunned by just the blatant aggression of the most recent Russian attack on Kyiv and other cities, to include the tragic attack on the Children's Hospital, right? It's important for us to remember two things. First of all, that attack originated from inside Russia. And the base from which that attack was launched is essentially in sanctuary because it is beyond the ability of Ukrainian indigenous capacity to strike it. And we have placed limits on the geographic range of the systems we've provided Ukraine. I know of no effective air defense program, which focuses solely on defense of the target site by way of air defense systems and so forth, and neglects the attack of the launch sites. Yeah. Air defense is a two-way street, offense and defense. So in particular, you use the words caveat. I think that the restrictions, the caveats that we've placed and others have placed on some of our systems are not justifiable in legal terms. These are legitimate military targets, and they don't make sense in terms of military science.
Thank you for that clear answer and for your support of NATO and your support of Ukraine as well, and for this interview, Ambassador Lute. And to our audience watching online, tune in for another 2 days of programming here at the NATO Public Forum in Washington. Thank you so much.
Before we resume our live conversations, we will be viewing a short video. Over the next few days, you will be viewing several videos created by the organizing partners of the forum, bringing in voices on the ground from across the alliance on a variety of issues. Please join me now in viewing the first such video from the U.S. heartland.
I view NATO as a global institution that is a vehicle for deterrence and collective defense. It is a defender of the free world and is a defender of our shared democratic principles.
NATO as an organization means personally to me as its security cooperation between its member countries provides an environment where I'm able to feel safe and secure.
NATO means hope to me. Hope that through strength of unity, we will no longer have world wars and have to send our young people to fight in them. Hopeful that a rogue leader or rogue nation will no longer be emboldened to attack a NATO country, and hopeful that into the future, NATO will create a more democratic and peaceful union in the world.
I feel admiration, I feel honor in that NATO was created after World War II. It means alliance among people, among nations who trust each other.
Apart from the obvious aim of peacekeeping and deterrence, it plays a crucial role in facilitating a coordinated effort to combat counterterrorism and cybersecurity. It is adapting to new threats, such as responding to disinformation campaigns and the weaponization of AI.
In its 75-year history, NATO has been successful in providing and guaranteeing the security of its countries from foreign intimidation.
I'm especially admiring the creation of NATO. Out of war came peace, and there were ideals of peace and harmony for the world in 1949, 75 years ago.
NATO was created for establishing and promoting economic and political security against Soviet or another future demagogue aggression. It's unfortunate that 75 years later, we are standing more or less in the same predicament with modern-day Russian military hostilities in Europe. What I hope for NATO, first and foremost, is for NATO to gain an ally in the next American presidency. And secondly, for nations in Europe to rise to the occasion and to meet the continued Russian aggression with the severity and seriousness it demands in order to protect Europe. Finally, a unified show of support in the future would demonstrate to other authoritarian leaders that NATO will not allow malicious leadership to trample on the will of the free world.
What I wish for in NATO's future is to act as a bulwark of democracy in these trying times of uncertainty, economically and politically.
As the future comes forward, we want that trust to be continued, and if it is at all destroyed a little bit, we want it to come back. So I say to the NATO nations, thank you, and keep peace for us in the world.
What a great way to bring the United States heartland. For our next conversation, please join me in welcoming once again Frederick Kemp, President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, to the stage for a conversation with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Join me in welcoming Frederick to the stage, please.
Good morning. It still is morning. It's great to see you all here in person. It's wonderful to have so many people here online from all over the world, and of course, across all of our allies in Europe as well. And so it's my honor to introduce someone I've known a long time now, the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. And I'm going to moderate a conversation with you in a moment, something you've called a pivotal moment for our alliance. I was going to start by saluting you on something I didn't know about, which is your great arm, because you threw out the first pitch of the Nationals game, and it was an amazing. Yeah. I was there in the heat, sweating while I was watching you, but it was an amazing salute to NATO. But having been at Mellon Auditorium yesterday evening, one of the most moving events I've been at, I'll instead quote President Biden, what he said to you as he gave you the Presidential Medal of Freedom, to a standing ovation, a really remarkable moment. He called you a man of integrity and intellectual rigor, a calm temperament in moments of crisis, a consummate diplomat. And I think the consummate diplomat, a person who can engage with leaders across all spectrums and across all nationalities, and I just want to salute you and on behalf of everyone in the audience for more than a decade of the most extraordinary leadership. So let's start with that. So we at the Atlantic Council gave you our highest honor, the Atlantic Council Distinguished Leadership Award in 2017, and I consider that visionary. We knew you'd already accomplished a lot in your life, and I won't go through it all. You know, Prime Minister of Norway, all the things you've done for NATO and at NATO in terms of strengthening its defense, strengthening the defense spending, and I think it would take too long to go on that, and you're a humble man, and I don't think you would even want that. So I'm going to go right into the questions. You laid out 3 goals for this summit: increasing support for Ukraine for the long haul, reinforcing collective defense, and deepening global partnerships. I'm sure they're all important, but for this week, what do you consider most crucial?
I will answer that in a moment, but let me first say that it's great to be here, to be at the public forum, and many thanks to you, Fred, and also many thanks to all those who have organized and are making this event possible, because this is an important part of the summit, the public outreach, which this public forum is a very important part of. Then, thank you for your kind words. It has actually been a great privilege serving as Secretary General of NATO for 10 years. And I see around in the audience here, there are many people who have helped me, supported me. So many thanks to all of you for your advice, your help, and support throughout these years. Then, on throwing the first pitch, that is the most difficult task I ever committed as Secretary General of NATO. Not least because I've never been at a baseball match ever before. The first time I touched the baseball, actually, when I started to exercise for this, I thought it was a tennis ball, but it's not the case. So it was a very steep learning curve, and I think my future is not in baseball. I think my future is in something else.
I was going to say in the introduction that it showed that NATO always sets lofty targets.
Yeah. And we have to adapt to the challenges. Yeah. Then, of course, this summit, it's of course a summit we're going to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the strongest, most successful alliance in history. But the only way to truly celebrate that achievement, the 75th anniversary, is first to demonstrate that NATO is a adapting, that we are changing when the world is changing, because we are the most successful alliance in history, because we have changed when the world is changing. And now we live in a more dangerous, more challenging security environment, and therefore NATO is changing again. And therefore we will make important decisions at this summit for the future, not only celebrate the past. And there are three main issues: is deterrence and defense, is our partnership with our Asia-Pacific partners. But of course, the most urgent, the most critical task at this summit will be everything we will do and decide on Ukraine. Because this is really the time where we are tested. If we want to stand up for democracy and freedom, it's now, and the place is Ukraine. I expect that the NATO leaders will agree a substantial package for Ukraine. There are fundamentally 5 elements in that package. One is that we will establish a NATO command for Ukraine to facilitate and ensure training and delivery of security assistance to Ukraine. It will be 700 personnel. Will take over much of what the US have done so far in leading the coordination of security assistance and training. It will be a command in Wiesbaden in Germany, but also with logistical nodes or hubs in the eastern part of the alliance, to ensure that we have a more institutionalized framework for our support to Ukraine. Then it will be a long-term pledge to support Ukraine, not least to send the message to President Putin that he cannot wait us out. Because the paradox is that the stronger and the more we are committed for a long term to support Ukraine, the sooner this war can end. So that's the thing we have to do. Then we will have, and we have already seen some new announcements of military immediate support with the air defense systems, with F-16s and other things that allies have and will announce. We have the bilateral, that's the third, also the announcement of more military aid. Then we have the bilateral security agreements, 20 agreed between NATO allies and Ukraine. And then the 5th element of the package for Ukraine will be more interoperability. We will have a new joint training and evaluation center in Bydgoszcz in Poland. We will have the comprehensive assistance package to help Ukraine implement reforms on the defense and security institutions to ensure that the armed forces are more and more interoperable with NATO. And together, the NATO command, the pledge, the bilateral security agreements, the announcement of new military support and interoperability, these 5 elements combined constitute a bridge to NATO membership for Ukraine. And later on today, we will see the language which we will agree in the NATO declaration on how to ensure that Ukraine is moving closer to NATO membership. So these are the 5 important deliverables on Ukraine that I expect allies will agree later on today.
Not to press you on what's actually going to be in the document, because of course you can't reveal that, but we saw at the Vilnius summit, hearing it again in Washington, that allies closer to Russia or more eager to provide NATO membership sooner for Ukraine. And no doubt the bridge and all the elements of the bridge are pretty impressive, including the new command. But are Ukraine's NATO membership prospects sufficient? We did our own wargaming with our Estonian partners in the Estonian government. We found almost under any scenario Ukraine was safer in NATO, that Russia would respond in a way that would be less provocative with it in than outside. What's your thinking on that, and have we gone far enough with Ukraine?
So first of all, the language you will see later on today in the NATO declaration, or the declaration for heads of state and government, of course that language is important because language matters. It sets an agenda, it points a direction. But of course, action speaks louder than words. So in addition to the language in the declaration on membership, which again is important, I think that what we actually do together with Ukraine is as important. And therefore, the fact that we now have a NATO framework, we'll have a NATO framework around the support. The fact that we have a long-term NATO commitment when we agreed the pledge, and also the fact that we actually are delivering more weapon systems to Ukraine. All of that is helping Ukraine to become closer to NATO membership. Because when we now deliver F-16s, we don't only deliver F-16s, we deliver the training, the doctrines, the operational concepts that will actually move Ukraine closer to being fully interoperable with NATO on more and more areas. So again, language is important, but the elements in the package I mentioned, they are actually changing the reality, enabling Ukraine to be to come closer to membership, so we can then, when the time is right, when we have consensus and the political conditions are in place, so when an invitation then is issued, they can become members straight away. I cannot give you a date because, as you know, there has to be consensus in this alliance on membership. But what I can say is that when the fighting stops in Ukraine, we need to ensure that that's really the end. Because what we have seen is a pattern of aggression. First, Russia annexed Crimea. We said that was unacceptable. After some few months, they went into Eastern Donbass. We said that that was unacceptable. Then we had the Minsk I agreement with the delimitation of the ceasefire line. That was violated, and Russia pushed the front lines further east, further west in Donbass in 2014. We had Minsk II, and the Russians waited then for 7 years, and they had a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, because Minsk II was in 2015. So we have seen a pattern where they've taken slices of Ukraine. So if there is now a new ceasefire, a new agreement, then we need to be 100% certain that it stops there, regardless of where that line is. And therefore, I strongly believe that when the fighting stops, we need to ensure that Ukraine has the capabilities to deter future aggression from Russia, and they need security guarantees. And of course, the best and strongest security guarantee will be Article 5. So therefore, I believe that a way to ensure that it stops is actually NATO membership.
Thank you for the very clear answer. One more brief question on Ukraine, and then we'll move on to Indo-Pacific. In a press conference you had with President Macron a couple of weeks ago, you noted recent gaps and delays in how they've led in funding and weapons and led to battlefield consequences. You said, quote, "We must give Ukraine the predictability and accountability it needs to defend itself." So 2 questions. Is everything you've talked about today that's going to be agreed enough? And secondarily, not just with uncertainties in US politics, which exist, but also uncertainties in European politics, do you worry at all about the sustainability of that support over time?
So first of all, you are right that I have referred to, I also did that in Kiev in a meeting with President Zelensky earlier this spring, to the fact that during this winter and the early spring, allies didn't deliver on their promises to Ukraine. We saw the delays in the US, months agreeing a supplemental, but we also saw European allies not being able to deliver the ammunition and the support they have announced. So of course these gaps and these delays in military support to Ukraine, they created a very difficult situation for the Ukrainians on the battlefield. The good news in that difficult situation is that despite of the delays in our support to Ukraine, the Ukrainians have actually been able to hold the line, more or less. So the Russians have not been able to utilize these delays in really making any big advantage on the battlefield. Now we are providing more support, and I'm confident that allies will now actually deliver, and we see that, for instance, ammunition moving into Ukraine has been a significant increase over the last weeks. The purpose of a stronger NATO role in providing training and security assistance, the purpose of the command and the purpose of the pledge is, of course, to minimize the risks for future delays and gaps. But of course, you don't have guarantees because at the end of the day, it has to be support in all the individual allied capitals and parliaments to providing this support. And at the end of the day, you have to go to the Congress, to the parliaments across Europe and Canada to get support. But I believe that when we turn this into something which is more a NATO obligation, a NATO framework, it is the threshold for not delivering will be higher than when it's based on more voluntary ad hoc national announcements. So the purpose of creating a stronger NATO framework is to make the support more robust and more predictable. It's also another part of this NATO framework for the support on the pledge and the command, and that is that it will visualize and ensure burden sharing. Because my impression is that, especially in the United States, there's this perception that the United States is almost alone in delivering support to Ukraine. That's not the case. When you look at military support, roughly 50% of the military support is provided by European allies and Canada. 99% of the support, military support to Ukraine, comes from NATO allies, but 50% of that comes from European allies and Canada. If you add economic, macroeconomic support, humanitarian support, the European allies are providing much more than the United States. So the point with the pledge is to ensure that we have some kind of agreed formulas for burden sharing, that we have more transparency, and also that we have more accountability. Because then we can use NATO to count, to measure, and to ensure that allies deliver. It's not the same, but it's a bit like the 2% pledge. Because the importance with the pledge we made in Wales in 2014 was actually to give NATO a role to enforce and to ensure that allies delivered. And also that we agreed how to count and what to count. And that's also what we now do with the pledge, to agree how to count and what to count, and to give NATO a role to having also accountability. So again, there are no guarantees, but by giving NATO that role, I think the likelihood for allies delivering what they have promised will increase, and the likelihood of new gaps will decrease, and that's the purpose of giving NATO a stronger role.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Let's go to China. This 2022 strategic concept, NATO strategic concept, recognized China as a challenge for the first time and the broader rules-based system. You've noted that Russia imports 90% of its microelectronics from China, which goes into military. Secretary Blinken today talked about 70% of machine tools that help the military coming from China. You've also said that if this doesn't change, as they're fueling the greatest armed conflict in Europe since World War II, allies need to impose a cost. Is it time for that? And what cost can NATO and NATO countries actually impose?
So first of all, I think it's important that we recognize the reality, and that's the first step towards any action. And that is that not only are Iran and North Korea important when it comes to enabling Russia's war aggression against Ukraine, but China is the main enabler. Because, as you refer to, they are delivering the tools, the dual-use equipment, the microelectronics, everything Russia needs to build the missiles, the bombs, the aircraft, and all the other systems they use against Ukraine. Well, I have said that foreign allies are willing to go, but I strongly believe that if China continues, they cannot have it both ways. They cannot believe that they can have a kind of normal relationship with NATO allies in North America and Europe, and then continue to fuel the war in Europe that constitutes the biggest security challenge for our security since the Second World War. So this is a challenge for the alliance. Let's see how far we're willing to go as allies.
So we're getting close to the end of time, so just two other brief questions. First, Indo-Pacific 4, Australia, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand are here. Third time taking part in NATO summit, but it's going to be the first NATO joint document with this group. Can you give us some insight into what might be in it and any concrete outcomes?
Yeah, so first I would just say that the fact that that we now are engaging so closely with our Indo-Pacific partners, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and South Korea. That reflects a change in NATO, because that was not the case a few years ago. And as many of you may know, the first time we mentioned China in an agreed negotiated document in NATO is at the NATO summit in London in 2019. And in the previous NATO strategic concept, China was not mentioned with a single word. Now China has a prominent place in the strategic concept we agreed in Madrid. And the fact that we're now engaging so closely with our Indo-Pacific partners reflect, of course, the fact that we have to take China seriously when it comes to the challenges it poses for our security. And the war in Ukraine is perhaps the most obvious example, or as the Japanese Prime Minister has said several times, what happens in Ukraine today can happen in Asia tomorrow. We are now working with our Asia-Pacific partners how we can do more together with them. We will agree some flagship projects. That's about technology, it's about support Ukraine, but we are also working, for instance, as part of our defense industrial pledge, how we can ramp up defense industrial production and cooperation with these countries. They are big, some of them, on defense industry. We can work closely with them to ramp up our combined defense industrial capacity. We can exchange more information. And I also welcome the fact that more and more allies are now also conducting joint exercises. Recently there was a big air exercise. Allies are also more and more actively also looking into how they can also have more naval exercises with our Asia-Pacific partners. Because NATO will remain an alliance of North America and Europe. We will not be a global NATO. NATO will be North America and Europe. But this region, the North Atlantic region, we face global threats. And the reality is that's nothing new. Global terrorism, international terrorism brought us to Afghanistan. Cyber is global. Space, which is becoming more and more important for our armed forces, is truly global. And of course, the threats and challenges that China poses to our security is a global challenge. So this region, the North Atlantic region, faces global challenges. We will remain a regional alliance, but we need to work with our global partners, the Asia-Pacific partners, to address these global challenges. That, I guess, will be a very important issue at the next NATO summit. I will not be there, but I'm certain it will be a great...
And that brings me to my final question. This is your swan song summit.
Yeah.
And as you prepare to step down, I think everybody in the audience, everybody virtually, would love to hear what gives you the most hope stepping down from this, but also what gives you the most concern.
So first of all, I'm an optimist, because the reality is that we are very different in this alliance. We are different countries with different history, different culture from both South Atlantic, and we have different parties. And we are always very concerned that when a new party comes into government, they will make bad things for the alliance. And if you read the history of NATO, we have been concerned about that from the beginning. There were big concerns in NATO when you had when you actually got a democratic elected government in Portugal in 1975. They were concerned we're not going to be committed to NATO. There were concerns when you had some left-wing parties coming into government in some European countries in the 70s. When I formed my government in 2000, my second government in 2005, there were big concerns that we had a left socialist party there. It went quite well, to be honest. And now there are big concerns again. But the reality is that despite all these differences, which are part of NATO, we have proven extremely resilient and strong. Because when we face the reality, all these different governments and politicians and parliamentarians, they realize that we are safer and stronger together. And that's a very strong message. And that's the reason why this alliance prevails again and again. As I said in my speech yesterday, we cannot take it for granted. It's not a given. It was not a given in 49. It's not a given now. It's not a given in the future. But the reality is that we have so strong common interest in standing together. So therefore, I'm optimist for the future of this alliance. That was the first question. The second I've forgotten. I think I answered both of them. But I will only say one thing, and that is that I remember very well when I became Prime Minister in 2000. First of all, I attended my first NATO summit in 2001. That was a very different guest list. It was President Bush, newly elected. It was Gerhard Schröder, Tony Blair, and very different people then than now. So I think it's time for me to leave. But second, also, I remember then my predecessor, when I became Prime Minister in 2000, she told me, so Gro Harlem Brundtland, the Norwegian Prime Minister, she told me, Jens, you have to remember that most of your life you will be former Prime Minister. And now I have to acknowledge that most of my life I'll be former Secretary General of NATO. But that's not so bad. And I will hang around and see you, and I look forward to then perhaps be a part of this audience next time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary General, nothing more need be said.
Thank you. Thank you.
Frederick and His Excellency Jens Stoltenberg, thank you for such an enticing conversation. I personally loved the commentary on the first pitch as a baseball fan myself. We can be safely assured that the Secretary General is focused surely on transatlantic security and not baseball. As he mentioned, the alliance is truly being tested, and he outlined some crucial elements of aid to Ukraine the alliance is working on, from joint training to defense assistance packages, and looking how to secure Ukraine not just now, but even after the fighting stops. Thank you again. Our next panel, Strengthening the Transatlantic Bond, will aim to answer questions such as, what is the future of the transatlantic partnership? How can Europe and North America cooperate more efficiently? How can the transatlantic bond be affected by recent elections? Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Robert Vash, President of GlobSec, and the panelists.
Thank you very much, and welcome to this very high-level panel, I would say. We have an extremely good setting in this panel for this conversation, and we have something like 55 minutes, so it will be quick and speedy. My name is Robert Vash. I'm the president and founder of GlobSec, and I'm extremely honored that I have the opportunity to partner in the consortium with our American friends and with the White House to organize this forum as the only European partner. Yesterday, thank you. Yesterday we were celebrating the 75th anniversary of the alliance in the Mellon Auditorium, in the same room where the Washington Treaty was signed. It is undoubtedly the largest, most successful, and longest enduring military alliance in the history of mankind. We are also celebrating 20 years of enlargement of NATO and the 25th of enlargement of NATO, and actually countries of Central Eastern Europe joined NATO 20 and 25 years ago. And I think that was a symbol of Europe whole, free, and at peace. Something that was not automatic, something that leaders needed to take hard decisions, and they needed to make bold decisions to make it happen. And 20 years later, I think it's a success. And the story of the enlargement is connected also to GlobSec, because we have organized our first conference 20 years ago, exactly in the year when we joined NATO. We have here, and I'm happy that I'm joined here in the panel by Peter Pavel, the President of Czech Republic. Welcome. Hello. Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of Estonia, welcome. Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister of Denmark. and James Risch, Senator of the United States of America. He is the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee. Welcome. As we celebrate the 75th anniversary of NATO and all these anniversaries that I mentioned, at the same time we are facing the most difficult challenge for the alliance, and that's the Russian aggression in Ukraine. The war is back in Europe. And we've done a lot, we united, and we've been stronger than ever. But is that enough for the future? Is that enough to secure our future? Are we up to the speed? Because Russians are speeding up as well in Ukraine. So these will be the questions and the conversations we'll be talking about today. So let me turn to you, Prime Minister Kallas, first. You come from, and by the way, congratulations on nomination to be the High Representative of the European Commission. It's a great achievement, this nomination, as you're coming from an Eastern European country, a Baltic country, a small country, Estonia, who is really punching above this weight. And that shows how a small country can be influential on the world stage. So congratulations to it. You have demonstrated incredible determination to whatever it can to support Ukraine, understanding that if Ukraine does not succeed, Estonia and the rest of us in the Eastern Europe can be the next. And you've been one of those who wanted all NATO countries collectively to be even more serious about our ambitions, about our collective defense. Emmanuel Macron at the GlobSec Forum last year in Bratislava said that NATO is not brain dead anymore, that it was revived by electroshocks in the East. And he also said that we should have listened to you more in the Central Eastern European countries. So what is your message now? What the other leaders from Western Europe and the United States should listen right now?
First, I want to correct one thing, and that is I never say that the Baltics or the Eastern flank is next, because we don't have any second or first-class countries in NATO. We only have NATO countries. So if Russia decides to move on and really uses power to attack, then it's going to attack NATO and not single countries. And this is actually one of the narratives that Russia wants us to buy. Because they constantly separate, like the Baltics and the, the Warsaw-backed countries are separate, from the NATO. Like it's not like Germany or France. No, we are in NATO, and that's why we have the Article 5, and that means that attack on one is attack on all. But you're correct in that sense that this war in Ukraine and our response to it actually determines also whether NATO is credible or not, whether it is also acting as deterrence for Russia. Why we don't have a war in NATO's countries is because Russia is not taking up that fight. Why Ukraine is having this war is because they are in the gray zone. They are not under NATO's umbrella. And therefore, my conviction is that Ukraine will have to become a member of NATO when we want to have, get rid of conflicts and the areas of gray zones, because gray zones are sources for the potential conflicts, and I don't think it's good for the peace.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and I will come back to you in the second round. But let me move to Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen. Denmark is a great example how a country can rather seriously change its approach to defense and rise up to the challenge. Denmark was supposed to reach 2% of defense spending by 2030, and you just recently announced that Denmark will do this this year, so 6 years earlier than it was planned. It's a pretty big increase from 1.3% that you had 2 years ago. Denmark has also been robust in supporting Ukraine, ranging from providing Ukraine with F-16s, fighter jets, and preparing its Air Force capabilities to making bold decisions to give Ukraine even maybe an entire artillery stocks. These are all very difficult questions to make. At home, you say no, which is good. It's a good leadership.
It's not difficult.
But my question is that how long can we sustain these decisions? Are we in the risk of Ukraine fatigue in the future? And how do we prevent it?
Well, first of all, it's not a difficult decision.
It's the right decision.
Yeah, you have to do what is the right thing to do, and doing the right thing is never difficult. And you're totally right. We decided many months ago to give away our entire artillery to Ukraine. Why? Because it's better used in Ukraine than it's used in Denmark. And we have to do the same now with air defense. We have a lot of air defense systems in the NATO alliance. It's better used in Ukraine than it is used, especially in the western part of NATO. The eastern part is a different case. And we said from the very beginning of the war that we are going to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes, and with what it has to. The measures we have to take will be taken. I'm very proud of everything we have done collectively. And we have a stronger NATO, we have a stronger European Union now than when the war started. But we have to admit that we have been moving too slow. I think we have to speed up, we have to scale up, and we have to take a decision. Do we want Ukraine to win the war or not? And I see no signs in Russia and in the Russian behavior that they are going to stop with Ukraine. When I watch Russia through the last years, but also now, not only in Ukraine, but also in the West Balkans, what they do in Europe with cyber attacks, hybrid attacks, disinformation. Look at what they're doing in Africa, in the Middle East. They're trying to destabilize everything we believe in. Everything we believe in. And therefore, asking me, it's not enough to provide the Ukrainians with what they need to defend themselves. We have to provide them with what is needed so they can beat Russia and push Russia back. And I think this is the main, it has to be the main discussion on the table also in the coming days. And you are right, when I came to office 5 years ago, we were spending 1.3 on defense. Now we are spending 2.4. And are you sure it will be enough in the future? I cannot say yes, because we have to put it the other way around. And let me just conclude by saying what you have said from US for many years now to us in Europe. You have to be able to protect yourself. You have to spend much more money on deterrence and defense. You have been correct. And we have to admit from a European perspective that we were depending on you. We're still depending on you, and never leave us alone. Never. We have to fight together also in the future. But you were right that we have to be able to defend ourselves. And putting that question on the table, then you cannot say 2% is enough. Then you have to put it the other way around.
Exactly. So Ukraine is... And that's exactly the leadership we really need in Europe, to say that Ukraine is not only fighting for its sovereignty, it is fighting for the very basic principles of international law and of the principles of European peace and security. If we give up on these principles, who will believe us in the future? So it's the part, so deterrence of any other parts, not only of the NATO territory, but of our allies, starts in Ukraine. Absolutely, and winning in Ukraine. So thank you for that clear leadership. President Pavel, you are the president of Czech Republic, who is leading a lot of international initiatives supporting Ukraine, especially the ammunition initiative that has really caught interest internationally. So Czech Republic is also pushing or punching above its weight. You also spent all your career in military. You were also chairman of the NATO Defense Committee, and you will be hosting the next GOP6 summit in Prague, and we are very glad. Thank you for that. But your voice has been among the boldest when it comes to helping Ukraine, defeating Russia, and building strong Europe's military strength. So, but you also said several times that we need to manage expectations on the war in Ukraine. Your assessment was, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that we cannot expect Ukraine to liberate all its territory anytime soon, especially given that if we are not providing Ukraine with all that it needs to win. So my question is, we all say that we stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. Is it a winning strategy? Shouldn't we say whatever it takes? Do we have a consensus within NATO on what our short-term and long-term goals in Ukraine are? And most importantly, if we have these goals in place, do we have a consensus on how to achieve them and how to provide the means for Ukraine to win?
Well, I'm not going to fight the words if it should last forever or how long does it take. But I believe it's a matter of principle. It doesn't matter if we take it as a matter of liking or disliking Ukraine. It's about if we like to live in a world where rules matter or not. And this is what is it all about. I believe that supporting Ukraine is a matter of principle. We want to live in a world where also smaller countries are protected, where they have the guarantees to live up to their aspirations. And that's why we believe that it's necessary for our own interest to defend Ukraine. But of course, reality is different. We haven't given Ukraine anything they needed for successful defense from the beginning. There were some delays and gaps that cost Ukraine a lot of lives and some territory, but also some self-confidence when it comes to meeting their own goals. Right now, we are trying to give Ukraine everything to defend their territory and not to allow Russia to progress. Because if, and under the circumstances that Russia has a chance to succeed, to progress, there will be no chance for taking Russia to the table. So right now what we need to do is to provide Ukraine with ammunition, armor, long-range artillery, missiles, and especially air defense to prevent Russians from successful attacks on civilian infrastructure, as we saw it recently in Kiev and as we see it in Kharkov and many other cities. And at the same time, to come up with a lot of effort on a diplomatic and political arena to get support of as many countries as possible to push on Russia and China to sit to the table under the meaningful conditions, not conditions that were presented by Russia. Obviously, we cannot accept that the territories currently occupied by Russia will be recognized as Russian. Because that would mean that we would go against the principles on which our societies are built. But we would probably realistically accept that there will be part of Ukrainian territory that will be temporarily occupied. But such a situation shouldn't prevent us from going on with Ukrainian integration into NATO or the EU and pushing on restoring their full sovereignty in a foreseeable future. And for that, Ukraine really needs our support and full determination in our own sake.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I've seen Prime Minister wanted to react.
Yes, I wanted to react. I think everybody wants this war to end. So that is very clear. And what we have to do, I mean, of course, give military aid to Ukraine. But there's also one element that needs to be addressed. And that is, you know, we have the sanctions in place so that, you know, Russia wouldn't build its war machine, really. But then if it is true, that what was written in the media, that the Russian missile that hit the hospital, children's hospital, actually actually has Western elements in it. So they are not able to bomb if they are not using the Western elements to build this. And this is very important. When I go to different European countries that are further away from the war and don't see Russia maybe the way that we do, then I see this will still, to profit from it. It doesn't really concern me. I just want to do my trade, and we see the circumvention of sanctions. But these are the same companies that are complaining that our businesses are hurt, our economies are hurt because of it. But actually, we need to concentrate our efforts, everybody. And of course, it's painful. It's painful, but if we do it, the war could be over sooner than when everybody's dragging their feet and thinking that, okay, it doesn't really concern me, I can still profit from this, and then eventually it will go on longer than we want.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let me move to Senator James Risch. You've been a very strong supporter of the alliance and of Ukraine and of our collective security, and thank you for that. And all of the countries represented here at the NATO summit have done their utmost to support Ukraine and to raise the bar when it comes to the defense spending. The EU has provided economic assistance to Ukraine and has put Ukraine on the track towards EU membership. Do you think we are doing enough? What can be done more?
Let me take that on, but before I do, I want to respond very briefly to what the Estonian Prime Minister said right at the beginning regarding the Baltics. Right after the invasion, a number of people from the Baltics came to see us here in America, and they were concerned. And NATO would be stodgy. We'd forgotten what it was formed for. NATO was formed for the exact circumstance we find ourselves in today. I told my friends from the Baltics, I said, look, Article 5 means exactly what it says. An attack on one is an attack on all, not 1 square inch, whether it's in the Baltics, whether it's in London, whether it's in New York, not 1 square inch. Mr. Putin, listen. Article 5 means exactly what it says. I make that commitment now for the United States, and the United States is there to meet that commitment if we ever have. So let's take on that question. Are we doing enough? That's kind of a general question. Enough for what? You've got to state what your objective is, and if the question is, are we doing enough to reach the objective? Well, you reevaluate that every day, whether you're doing enough or not. I would say that we are a robust democracy in the United States, just like the European countries are, and there are people who dissent from the view that we should be doing something in Ukraine. They have, in the United States, I think people are not as in tune with how we got to where we are as far as Ukraine is concerned. You have to go back to December the 5th of 1994, when the Budapest Agreement was entered into. We made a commitment. On that date, Ukraine was the second largest nuclear-armed country on the planet. It was the policy of the United States then, it's a policy of the United States now, and always has been, that as few countries have as few nuclear weapons as possible, so you have less of mischief on the planet. We said to the Ukrainians, as did the British at the same time, give up your nuclear weapons. They're going to cause you a lot of troubles for a lot of reasons. And if something happens, we'll be there. We said that, we meant it, and we have to keep that commitment now. And we have all the Europeans to help us do that because of concern over, because of Article 5. So, are we doing enough? We need to continue to do more. The people who are dissenters in the United States always point to the fact, well, the Europeans aren't doing enough. It depends on how you do the math. Look, you can't penny this out, nickel and dime this out, but you certainly have to look at what the Europeans have done. way beyond what I think a lot of people's expectations were here. But secondly, not just on the military side, but also on the humanitarian side. I mean, it's stunning to me. You know, when I went into Ukraine, I went through Poland, and they were talking about the number of refugees they had. They've never been in a country with 2 million refugees, but no refugee camps. Why not? They're all in people's homes, and they're being taken care of. So, look, we need to continue to do that. And one of the things I will say to our European friends, and has been said over and over again, that 10 years ago in Wales, we all agreed 2% would be the number. It's been 10 years, and fortunately, we're up to 23 countries now out of our alliance. We got 9 more to go, but if we want to silence the critics using that point of view, we need to all get up to 2%. And frankly, now that this has happened, and a lot of us always hoped this would never happen, but now that this has happened, 2% probably isn't enough. We have been stunned. I think all of us have been stunned by the weakness and the holes in our industrial production when it comes to defense. We're going to have to do more.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely right. Mr. President, you wanted to react.
Yeah, with my experience from NATO, and especially NATO Military Committee, I would like to add an argument to what has been said on the account of defense spending. I think we should also pay attention not just to the figure, how many % of our GDP are we spending for defense, but how do we meet our capability targets? Because this is what matters for real and credible defense. Strategic commanders will not take a chart with the percents once they are confronted with the situation. They will count aircraft, ships, combat units at required readiness. And this is what we should focus on beyond these 2% line, because we have serious gaps in meeting our capability targets. So if we really want to be credible in our deterrence, because I think no one would argue that Russia knows very well about the real state of our armed forces, we should really do much more in meeting these capability targets.
I will give you the word in a second, but I would like to follow up on what you said, because we at GOPSEC in several reports, we've been saying that there are several transatlantic gaps. One is in the defense spending that we are closing down. Another one is in the efficiency, how we spend this money. In Europe, we have a huge potential still to increase the efficiency of that spent money. And the third transatlantic gap that is not closing down, but is growing, is the technology gap. Yeah. US is much faster in the technological innovation than Europe, and Europe is lagging behind. This is going to create serious troubles in the future if we don't act now. And NATO has started with the Diana, with the Innovation Fund, etc. But I think we need to speed up Europe, that it's up to date. Prime Minister Frederiksen and then Kallas.
But that was exactly the point I wanted to make, actually, because one thing is, of course, traditional deterrence and defense. And we have to wrap up, especially on our industry. And I think it's quite clear. I mean, some of us have said for many months that we are able to finance more deliveries for Ukraine, but we don't have anything on stock on our own. But you know, during the Czech initiative, we are very much engaged in that. We are trying to buy from third countries outside Europe because we don't have anything on our own. And of course, that cannot be the situation in the future. I mean, so we need to invest much more on traditional capacities and capabilities. But talking about technology, that's another chapter. And what I see when I look at all of us, especially in Europe, is that China is going to win this race. I'm not afraid if US is going to win the race, but if China is going to win this race, then I am afraid. And when I look at Quanta, when I look at AI, when I look at you know, the pillars that are not traditional security issues, but it is today's security, energy, and our industrial production and so on, it's all interlinked. And China is way ahead of Europe. And so that's why I'm saying we're sure that 2% will be enough, because I think the 2% maybe can cover the traditional security questions. But if we are going to include technology, and we have to do that, and we are, as a country, very much engaged in Diana, especially on Quanda, we have to, I think, invest much more, and we have to build much stronger partnerships outside NATO. And that's why it's important that tomorrow we are going to see our friends and partners from Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand for the third time now in a row. We cannot do this on our own, but please be aware about China, and let us not repeat the mistakes we have done about Russia in the future with China.
I wanted to build on that because innovation is the key, and I think there's actually also the possibility to take the costs down and be more effective. We have a very vibrant tech sector in Estonia. So what we did was to bring them together. So the tech sector that is very much into investing into defense and making these processes faster, more innovative and more up to date, and the traditional defense sector. So combining the two is actually the key. But of course, what is the question is the access to funding. So because we have, defense investments are very much in the same category as pornography and for the funds, private funds. So you can't really use the funds for those. So we need to open up those. We need to open up the public funds as well. And what I also wanted to say is that I've been meeting with the defense industry, and it's a bit the chicken and egg issue. So the defense industry says that we don't have orders. We have slogans, but we don't have orders from the governments. Whereas the governments say that, from richer countries, one prime minister asked me that, where can I spend? I want to spend 2%, but nobody's selling me now because they don't have anything. If you have a defense company that says that, you buy 12 tanks, so I produce 12 tanks for the money that you present, not, 16 or 30, but 12, because you don't take any risks. I think also both sides, also the defense industry, should read the room and understand that you have to make and take some risks, even if it is not the government's immediately showing the money, because we have the decisions coming in many countries to invest more in defense, but there has to be something to really be able to invest immediately.
You have opened up a very important question, which is the European defense industry. And how do we make sure that the defense industry is up to the speed? How do we get the funds, necessary funds, not only from governments, but banks, European Investment Bank? They were banned to invest into dual-use products. So I think there is a lot that needs to be changed on the European level, in the European Union as well. And here, the next European Commission is going to be crucial in making sure that we are speeding up, because Russia has already begun with the war economy, and we are not there yet. And in long term, it's going to cause a problem.
Yeah, I think the understanding is there. The understanding is amongst the prime ministers of Europe, definitely, that we need to move faster. But the question is how.
Mr. President, you wanted to react.
Yeah. I wanted to use the opportunity to extend the comment of Mette Frederiksen about how all these problems are interlinked. I think if we look at the current security and international environment from a broader point of view, it's not a separate problem of aggressive war of Russia against Ukraine, and on the other side, systemic challenge from China. it's all linked together, because what we see now is a confrontation of two systems. On one side, democratic countries, being in NATO, EU, or elsewhere around the world, including Indo-Pacific. On the other side, different forms of autocracies, mainly now represented by Russia and supporting countries, China, North Korea, Iran, but many others. And if we want to prevail in this global confrontation competition, we really need to approach our cooperation from different angle of point. Because right now we pretty much compete in economic terms between the EU and United States. We are quite secretive when it comes to research and development. When we look at China, how they can combine resources, how they can focus on priorities, we are not doing the same. I think if we look at it not only from the point of view that we need to support Ukraine so that they defend their territory, because if Ukraine fails, it doesn't only mean that the security in Europe will be worse. It will be much worse globally, because it will also encourage China to be more assertive and aggressive. So the same way as we ask for the United States being with us in solidarity in supporting Ukraine, we should be in a solidarity with the United States to support them in their competition with China in all areas around the globe. And collectively, we should also strive to convince countries in Africa, Latin America, that we are a better option for cooperation than autocracies around the world.
Quick reaction from Senator.
When you talk about our competition with China, it isn't just our competition with China, it's your competition with China. And look, what's going on with Russia, I think is a warm-up for the rest of this century as we compete on the planet. China's the issue. China's going to be we're all talking about Ukraine here, and we should, because that's the hot war going on. But this thing with China is going to go on for the rest of this century. And the United States and Europe will be able to compete with China if we join together. And there is no more obvious ally for us than you, and there's no more obvious ally for you than us. And we need to join together as we push back against China. And look, this thing, the one thing that the war has brought out, the Ukraine war has brought out, is the fact that what we've always known as an undercurrent, and that is the relationship between China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, Venezuela, the autocracies. It's there, it's real, and it's going to get stronger, only stronger, as we go forward in this century. And for us to, I think the challenge for this century is going to be how we all occupy this planet without killing each other and compete with each other. We should be able to compete with each other without killing each other. We need to figure that out, because this is not going to get better as we get forward. The autocracies are not going to change their belief as to what they think is best for their people, and the democracies are not going to change their belief as to what they think is best for their people. We're going to have to figure this out.
You opened a very important question of China, and we will see that there is an increasingly clear voice that how China is supporting Russia in its war to Ukraine. It's a problem for us, and it's a problem for NATO. There are many voices in the US as well that basically Ukraine is just a distraction from our main adversary, which is China in long term. And it's decreasing our focus on the main challenge. Well, I like the argument of my friend Ben Hodges, who said Ukraine is all about China. Because if we are sending a wrong signal now that we are not able to defend a country on our borders, who will trust us whatever we say in the future about Taiwan or anything else? So the future deterrence really starts here. So I would say even the future of the West is now being decided in Eastern Europe, in the East.
Interesting you should mention that now, because yesterday there was released a document titled Next Steps to Defend the Transatlantic Alliance from Chinese Aggression. The author is one of the distinguished thinkers and actors in the 21st century, myself. This is a follow-up to a report I did a couple years ago on the same subject, and it is becoming a hotter and hotter item as we go forward. So
So thank you for that commercial. We will all read it.
It is free.
But I want to move to a question from the audience, and I want to enlarge the question, but I've seen you really want to react on,
no, but
on China.
It's just one thing is the signal, and I totally agree. If we let's be honest, if we let Russia take Ukraine, that will, of course, invite many others to do similar things. One thing. I mean, that's basic knowledge, and it no matter what, it's a bad idea to allow Russia to take a European country. So I mean, that should conclude the discussion about Ukraine actually. But the other thing, and I think that is extremely important, that the triangle between North Korea, Iran, and Russia is something we have to have as top of mind now. And there is nothing that integrates the three of them, except for one thing, that they don't like us. That's what combined those three. And they are willing to do, I guess, what it takes to defeat us. And I think we cannot only look at the triangle. We have to see how China is connected to that triangle. This is the new reality. And therefore, I mean, it's good we are talking a lot about Ukraine, but we have to talk about Russia. Ukraine is just one example. It's a terrible example, and they are paying the highest price. I mean, they are losing thousands of good young men and women. So they're paying the highest price, therefore we have to talk about it, but it's just a part of something bigger. And I think we have to understand that it's more a question about Russia than it is a question about a single European country, unfortunately.
And all of these conflicts are somehow connected, and that's why we have this conversation exactly. So let me turn to the questions from the audience and online audience who are watching and listening us. There's a question from Matt Burton. What measures are in place to counter the internal and external actors that continually work against the West and NATO with influential disinformation campaigns? So let me enlarge the question a little bit. We are seeing that the frontal attack on Ukraine that Vladimir Putin has started 2 years ago is not only a frontal attack on Ukraine, but on all of us. He clearly said that his goal is to dismantle the Western-led world order. And he has opened several front lines. We are seeing the physical front line in Ukraine, but there is another front line of the same war inside of our societies, in information space, is the same war, is hostile against us to divide us. There is another front line in energy, in economic dimensions. So we have to win in all of these dimensions to be able to help Ukraine. We are seeing that Russia is increasingly active with its agents in Europe. We've seen bombings in Czech Republic, actually, in Vrbětice. We see a lot of hybrid war actions in Europe. Is this a new normal? Are we a subject to the aggression as well? Are we at war, or is just Ukraine at war? Because hybrid war and information war is also a war. And as my friend from UK said, that if two parties are at war and only one recognizes it is at war, it tends to win. So shouldn't we recognize that there is a war that is waged against us in information space, hybrid, cyber, and many other domains? Because unless we clearly say that that's a situation and we appreciate the long-term impacts of that, we are not going to be able to win it. So that's my question to all of you who would like to be.
Well, there is a shadow war going on. That is clear in all those domains that you mentioned. The question for us is, what is our response really? I mean, because we see all these events all across Europe and the Western Hemisphere, but we treat those events as isolated events, not connected to each other. I mean, there's a fire in a warehouse, so it's treated as a fire in the warehouse, although we have intelligence that actually, you know, Russians want to set the fire in that warehouse. So the question to us is, what is our response? Is it, because it's also, it could also be a provocation, because, you know, Russia wants us to react very strongly. So how to find the balance is a big question. I think we have to raise the awareness. We see this in our intelligence, but I'm not sure that everybody does see this in the same way. And then the question is whether, you know, we are being the frogs that are being boiled, because every next time they're bolder and we don't react. So how do we address this? And we have discussions going on in NATO about these things, but they are really very initial. It should start from the awareness, the same awareness of all the members in NATO.
Thank you, President. To answer your question, I think it is not so important how do we see us at what stage we are finding ourselves, because we heard a number of academic discussions if we are in war or not, because we still work in the categories of peace, crisis, and war. But for Russia, it looks different. They see at a history like a continuous conflict, where only intensity and tools differ. From time to time they are using hard power, from time to time they are using hybrid tools, which we see today. Since the times of, we call it Gerasimov doctrine, but actually it came up earlier than Gerasimov. But it was around 2010 when Russians came up again with their vision of non-linear warfare, where all the kinds from cyber, hybrid, disruptive operations, sabotages, up to hard war fighting are present. So actually what Russia is doing against us is a continuous conflict, that they are using tools that are available, that are much cheaper, quite often more effective than hard weapons. If you look at information operations that they are doing now, all of these disruptive events within the hybrid warfare across Europe, they are to make us unsure, not trusting our institutions, and being always under pressure. So we need to take not only passive measures, but also active measures to defend ourselves against this kind of warfare, because this is the way how Russians see the world, and we have to see it from their perspective, not from ours.
Prime Minister Frederiksen, and I would just follow up that. Of course, we need to watch very closely all the disinformation campaigns that are going on in several countries in Europe with the goal to divide us and to also alter the political conversation. Also, there is a role for both NATO and the EU in protecting our critical infrastructure, because we are seeing that this critical infrastructure is under threat. So what do you expect from the NATO summit and maybe also the next European Commission in this regard?
Well, first of all, I think we have been spending too much time discussing what we can say about this war and what we cannot say. What is the right wordings? I mean, if a foreign country is trying to destabilize Denmark by misinformation, I consider it as an attack against a democratic society. And the same way when they use hybrid attacks, cyber attacks, and so on. So I think let's call it what it is. They are trying to destabilize all of us, and they are using different measures, if it's Ukraine or if it's Denmark or Estonia or Czech Republic. And therefore it's so dangerous what they're doing. And talking about one of the mistakes we have made, I think, putting a lot of red lines on the table when you are handling a war is also a mistake. I mean, it's simply giving the enemy two good cards on. When you are, all the time telling Russia what we are not going to do or what we are not going to accept, instead of putting it the other way around, that we are willing to do whatever it takes to defend Europe and to defend our alliance and to defend the world order that we believe in and that we have built since the end of the Second World War. I think the awareness is rising. I agree that we cannot see all these episodes as isolated. We have to see the system in it, and they all, again, it's all interlinked, and therefore I think we have to take it more seriously. And maybe the most important question as NATO countries is: are we going to accept it? Are we going to accept that they are attacking us every day now in Europe with different measures? And I don't think we should accept it.
Thank you. So we are running out of the time, and I have plenty of questions. But let me ask one, and that's that NATO has proved to be very vital 75 years. Politicians are coming and going. We have elections everywhere. And there is an important election coming up in the United States. And we've seen that many of the conversations in supporting Ukraine, NATO, etc., are also, not only in US, but also in European countries, are somehow domestic conversations about, and they are connected with domestic conversations on economy, etc. But my question is, what do you expect that how the election campaign and the elections might change the conversation in the support for Ukraine and for NATO?
Is that for these guys? Well, I can give you a very clear answer to that. I don't know. Look, the United States has a treaty that is a NATO treaty. Now, admittedly, Ukraine is not part of that treaty. Nonetheless, the attack on Ukraine is as clearly as close to that treaty as you can possibly get. We have taken great steps in the United States already to do what we should do in order to help Ukraine. I really believe that's going to continue. I don't think the election is going to change that greatly. I know that at least one of the candidates has said that they're going to end the war. We haven't got an explanation as to how that's going to happen, but the candidate who says that generally gets done what he says he's going to get done. So I'll be anxious to see that. But look, I think people should not be wringing their hands over this. This is, as far as the Congress is concerned, which is where I come from, the vast majority, and it's only a small minority, are saying that we shouldn't be doing what we're doing. I mean, look, this is the right thing to do. America generally does the right thing that should be done. And given that, I have confidence we'll be there.
Thank you very much, Senator. And let me thank all of the panel, because this was a wonderful conversation, and this shows that we had US and 3 small countries of Europe who have shown the way how to raise up to the challenge and how to support Ukraine. And I think there is an increasing understanding of the situation we are in, that we are going to be in a difficult situation, but we all understand that we are stronger together, and that we need to do whatever it takes to secure Europe and Ukraine. So with that, thank you very much for the conversation. And I wish you a nice rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists and our moderator for such an engaging conversation. They talked about crucial questions of elections and language, giving Ukraine what it needs to keep fighting to push Russia out and keep Russia out. They talked about keeping pace with China, concerns about competition with autocracies around the globe, and challenges and gaps racking our defense industrial bases. We will now be viewing a second video from the NATO Youth Summit, which took place on May 14th in Miami, Florida in the US, and Stockholm, Sweden, with watch parties viewing around the world. The NATO Youth Summit delves deep into the most pressing global issues of interest to youths. Let us all now learn something from how the next generation will tackle the future issues of the alliance.
On May 13th, at the NATO Youth Summit in Stockholm, I warned about the dangers of disinformation and the imperative to tackle the challenge more robustly. The time to act is now. There is no need to wait for further reports and no time for half measures. We need to be decisive and commit ourselves collectively and without reservation to a much more assertive approach. Winning the information war is foundational to our security, and as NATO youth, we say without hesitation that our leaders must rise to the challenge.
In the 75th year of our Transatlantic alliance, we celebrate our steadfast commitments to peace and to security. Our ability to maintain unity and effective deterrence is more crucial than ever. And our success in doing so will serve as the ultimate testimony to the strength of our common values. Emerging technologies can significantly enhance our defense capabilities. However, they also introduce new risks. Cyber attacks, AI-driven disinformation, and the development of autonomous systems all pose serious threats to global security, stability, and to the democratic ideals which unite us as allies.
With the rise of AI, cyber threats are becoming a more increased threat. Just like a double-edged sword, while AI enhances our capabilities, it also creates new security challenges. AI's ability to analyze vast amounts of data can strengthen our defenses, but can also be exploited by malicious actors. Therefore, NATO must adopt proactive strategies to create robust security measures.
Quantum computing, sensing, and communications could revolutionize defense, cybersecurity, and help strengthen our deterrence against Russia and China, which has already made achieving quantum supremacy a national priority. What NATO's leaders should think about now is how the organization can become a facilitator to bring together the expertise and strengths of allied nations to drive quantum innovation and empower its application in allied defense. The time is now to make sure that NATO and member states remain at the forefront of quantum innovation and realize its potential.
When we talk military tech or innovation or countering disinformation, those are all reactive actions or actions that will help us win a potential hot war. But the most important strategic question that we have to find the answer to and start working proactively with is, how do we change the will of the Russian people? If we really are committed to the desire to live in peace with all peoples and all governments, we have to change the will of the Russian people to stop being aggressive towards its neighbors, as well as funding international crime and terrorism, so that we can achieve a sustainable and stable peace and save succeeding generations from the scourge of war.
Our democratic values are victims of the self-imposed red lines. Our democratic values are victims of the appeasement of dictatorships. As we face the largest war in Europe since World War II, with Ukraine at its forefront of protecting democratic values and paying the highest price with the lives of its people, we find ourselves trapped by these self-imposed red lines. It's not time to appease the axis of evil any longer. Without adherence to rules, everyone's sovereignty and territorial integrity are under the threat. It's time to demonstrate the strength and unity of democracy.
Ukrainians have been remarkable in defending their country, but they need your support. But do not support Ukraine just enough to survive. Support Ukraine to win. We know that decisions in democracies take time, but time in Ukraine is not measured by days, hours, or weeks. It's measured in human lives. Therefore, do not let political games and individual interests get in the way of decision-making. Therefore, I urge you to be bold, to be brave, and to be decisive. The biggest gift for NATO's 75th anniversary would be a victorious and free Ukraine.
Thank you. What a great way to highlight the individuals and issues that will be shaping tomorrow with our youths. Now, please join us for lunch, where we will all be able to discuss these pressing issues before resuming our programming. For those of you joining us online, you will now hear a series of interviews. The first from His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of Belgium. The conversation will be moderated by Elena Kudsko, Vice President for Policy and Programming of Globe. We'll hear from His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister of Greece, which will be moderated by Nadia Shadlow, Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute. And finally, we'll be replaying the earlier conversation between Rachel Rizzo and Douglas Lute on the history and geography of NATO. Enjoy. And a few notes for our in-person audience and those of you in the plenary room. We kindly ask that you refrain from saving seats as it is disruptive in the room and impedes the flow of traffic. Also, please be mindful and do not leave your personal belongings in the plenary room during pauses in programming. Our programming will resume at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch.
In 6 out of the 10 domains that are of the general request of Ukraine. It is about military capacity, but it is also about reconstruction. It is also about humanitarian support. It's a very broad scope. Of course, a lot of people talk about is the delivery of the F-16. So we have committed to at least 30 F-16s that will be delivered between now and 2028. That is contingent on the deliveries of our new planes, which are the F-35s. And we hope that we would have deliveries. I mean, we will aim to have deliveries this year of a couple of F-16s. We will do that. And there's not that many countries that do it. Right. The Netherlands does it, Denmark does it, and Norway. We are already involved in the training mission with our planes. And we hope that we will deliver a few this year. With the 30 that we committed, we will be the biggest contributor to the fighter jet capacity of Ukraine.
And of course, the sooner they arrive, the better.
Obviously, the sooner they arrive, the better. Of course, we have to maintain our own defense capacities. Our F-16s are being used today, for example, in the Baltics, for Baltic air policing, to protect NATO territory, for almost daily trials from the Russian side to see how much we defend. So we really have to balance that. Well, the earlier the F-35s are delivered, the earlier we can deliver.
And what's the timeline on those ones?
So we have 4 that we have now for the moment already. They are in the United States here for training purposes for our pilots, and we will start getting those during the course of next year.
We are living definitely in very uncertain times. Everything is uncertain, and things are increasingly challenging given that half of the world is going through elections. Yeah. And Belgium is one of those countries who just had elections. There's going to be a new government in Belgium, but people do want certainty. Both our populations want certainty to know that the governments can deliver, but also for Ukrainians, it's important to know that we stay committed to the course and we deliver what we promised. Yeah. Are you certain that your new government is going to stick to the pledges that you've made?
I really have no doubt on that. And we have a long history of these type of commitments. And these type of commitments were always maintained, even if you get new governments. And really, the public debate that we've had over the past months related to our election about Ukraine, there was really almost no doubt, no difference between the different parties. So I'm really confident that the agreement that we signed, and we signed that agreement, I mean, that is something that needs to be respected, whichever government is there. So yeah, democracy leads to changing governments. That's how democracy works. But stability and long-term commitment with our partners is something that we will respect.
This is very reassuring to hear. We all have a lot of doubts how long we can carry on for, that the public getting tired, but it's good to hear that regardless of the government, Belgium can stay the course.
But you address an important element, is indeed the support from our home citizens. And you know, you can do all the public policy, all the foreign policy in the world, you can do all the military training in the world. You can only do that as long as you have the support of your home population. And this is something that I think we need to put much more effort on, is to explain why are we supporting Ukraine, why it is so important to do so. It is important, of course, for the Ukrainians that are fighting for our values, for our security, but it's also a very important signal we give to the rest of the world, is that we Europeans, we will defend our way of life, and we will do so together with our American friends and other NATO friends. And it's more important than ever to explain what we are doing and to maintain the support from our home population. I'm not saying that because I feel that it is under pressure, but the moment you lose it, it's too late.
And of course, the other side is doing everything possible to make sure that there is no public support, trying to sow doubt and make sure that we do not stay committed. Support for Ukraine is one side of the dimension. The other side is, of course, our commitment to our own security, and that comes with defense spending as well. A lot of allies are coming to Washington saying that they will deliver the 2% pledge this year. I think it's 23 out of 32 this year. Belgium is not there yet. How do you explain that, and are you going to get there?
So we're not there yet. We have increased our military spending with 30% over the past 3 years. So it's very significant what we have done. We have a path set out by 2030 and 2035. True, it will take us some time to get there. But to me, that's one dimension, and it's one dimension that we need to deliver on. But besides what you would call an input metric, which is how much do you spend, we also need to look at output metrics. And output metrics is how active are you if there are requests. And there, Belgium has always been at the forefront. When there were requests to use our fighter jets, we were there. When there were requests to use our marine capacity, we were there. So you really have to look at both dimensions. And I think it's important that when you increase your spending, that you increase your spending in a way that it builds an industrial supply chain. And we know that today is spending more, but spending in a way that you develop an industrial capacity, that you develop technological capacity, that you also develop the human side of defense. Doing that in a well-organized way, I think, is the main challenge with which the 32 countries are confronted.
I'm so glad you're bringing it up. I was actually very excited about the conversation with you. I know that you did MBA actually here in the United States, and this business mindset seems to be something that all leaders, political but also military leaders, desperately need right now. So what is your recipe? What Europeans can do better to increase defense capacity? What kind of investments it needed? What kind of change of policy would it take to get there?
So yeah, we have a long history of very national defense spending. And most of our militaries would mostly buy with their own industries, which has led to an incredibly fragmented supply chain. We see that now those borders are being broken, and you see that there is M&A activity that is happening across European borders, and that's a good thing. I think next to that, as you pointed out, we need more investment. There is a tendency to always look at public investment. Now, I think public investment has a role to play, but the real volume of investment needs to come from private investment. And it's not that there is a lack of capital throughout Europe. I mean, we are a rich continent with people who have savings and who want to invest their savings. And so we need to create a very attractive business case for our population to say, you know, your savings can be used to invest in technology that will make us safer, that will help us to maintain our freedoms, our way of life. So that means that public investment has to play a role, but it really has to be merit-based. So not in the classic way where we say, okay, we have 10 billion, we're going to split it up within Europe, for example, across 27 countries. let's look where the capacity is, let's look where the expertise is, and allocate it based on the merits and not just on an accounting principle. And that public investment should be used to leverage private investment. And getting the private investment going into those industries is how we will get there. So I'm not against public investment, but I think public investment should be something that is an accelerator to get private investment going.
Right, and it's a bigger problem in Europe where we have not particularly well-functioning capital markets, but also when we're talking about investments in defense, we need to make sure that it complies with our own ECG standards. So there is a lot of work to do on this dimension.
There is a lot of work to do, and our ESG standards, of course, date a bit from another era.
Yeah.
And the world has changed so rapidly. So yes, we need to adapt to that. But I mean, that is why the world is changing. I mean, if you look at NATO, what are the two pillars of NATO's success? And we're here to celebrate 75 years of NATO. The first pillar, obviously, is solidarity. Is we say we stand shoulder to shoulder and we will defend one another. But the second element, besides solidarity, is adaptability. The world has changed so much and so fast in the past 75 years, and an organization like NATO has only been successful because it can adapt. And it's quite clear that, again, we will need to adapt to a new environment.
And I'm afraid we're running out of time, but I'll sneak in one last question.
Yep.
We've been covering a lot of ground here, but also at the NATO summit. What do you think, though, is the blind spot, a particular challenge that we're not paying too much attention to right now, but we will regret it in the future?
Well, so I think one of them was working on our own public support that we addressed. I think a second one is what we would call the southern flank, is what is happening in the Sahel, for example. I'm convinced that if there would not be the war in Ukraine and the dramatic violence in the Middle East, that we would be talking much more about what is happening in the Sahel. So this is something that we need to address. It's good that at this summit we've come up with an action plan, but I'm convinced that in the next years we will be investing way more into stabilizing the Sahel, into creating economic development there. All of that is necessary for us. If we want to live well, we need to make sure that our neighbors are living well as well, and that will need a big engagement from our side.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm afraid I'll have to release you back to the NATO summit negotiations. Sure. We appreciate your time here, and thank you so much, everybody, for being with us today.
9, 8.
Welcome back to the NATO Public Forum. I'm Nadia Shadlow, a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute, and it's my pleasure this afternoon to have an opportunity to have a conversation with Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Prime Minister, it's really great to be here with you today, and since we only have a few minutes, I wanted to jump right in. When you became Prime Minister first in 2019, Europe looked different. And the challenges facing NATO seemed perhaps less intense than what we're facing today. So could you talk to us a little bit about whether or not NATO has been adapting enough since 2019, since 2022? I know Greece has been really in the lead in terms of modernization and adaptation, but I'd love to hear your views.
When I became Prime Minister in 2019, no one thought that we would be faced with a war at the heart of the European continent. But this is what we have to deal with after Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And I do believe that the alliance has adjusted and has tackled this momentous challenge as successfully as it could. Back in 2019, we were still faced with the question of whether enough European countries would meet the 2% commitment, 2% of defense spending as a percentage of GDP. Now most countries have already met that target, and those that haven't have made very clear pledges that they will do so. Greece has been one of those countries that has surpassed the 2% threshold ever since essentially we joined the alliance. We'll be spending 3% of our GDP on defense, significantly modernizing our armed forces, and thus contributing to the overall capabilities of the alliance. So new challenges force us to think differently, also in terms of what this means for the collective European security as a pillar of the overall NATO integrated structure. And I think this discussion is advancing at a very fast pace in Europe.
Yeah, so you mentioned European security. How do EU defense measures complement NATO, or how do you see the relationship between EU efforts to increase and substantially increase its defense and NATO? Is the relationship complementary, and how so?
In my mind, it is fully complementary. We need to spend more, but we also need to be smarter about how we allocate our defense spendings. When I look at the European defense industry, I see a lot of fragmentation. I don't see enough interoperability. I see a lot of, sometimes maybe, you know, I wouldn't say a necessary competition, but certainly too many weapons systems that don't necessarily talk to each other. So we need to spend more, but we also need to be smarter about how we integrate our spending. And I guess I do think that at a time when the Russian invasion of Ukraine poses an existential threat for Europe, we also need to be creative in terms of finding new sources of funding in order to support our defense spending. It is not just going to be enough to rely on national budgets as we have done so far. And that is why I've been one of those strong proponents that we need some sort of European facility that will complement the defense spending that we undertake at the national level with more European funding. So this combination of public and private initiatives, in my mind, is going to be necessary if we build a solid European pillar when it comes to NATO's overall defense capabilities.
So would that be some type of European fund, or how do you envision that mechanism?
We have submitted with President Donald Tusk a proposal for a flagship European project, which would essentially be a European Iron Dome that would complement the existing air defense capabilities that we have, which could be, again, I stress the word could be because we clearly don't have agreement at this stage, which could be funded through some sort of European joint borrowing. When we faced COVID back in 2020, we took the momentous decision to raise 750 billion euros to address the economic downturn that COVID caused to all of our economies. And this money is currently deployed. This was a European facility. So it seems to me that if we have raised 750 billion euros for the green and the digital transition to support our competitiveness, to protect jobs, it would be reasonable if we could raise a significantly lower sum at the European level to strengthen our European defense initiatives.
Right, and that would get us beyond always a discussion about the 2%, right? Also, it's ways to get to the 2%, but also ways to increase capabilities and integrated capabilities across Europe.
And of course, also ways to strengthen also our European defense industry at a time when we talk a lot about strategic autonomy, when the issue of competitiveness is at the top of our agenda, bolstering European defense cooperation, European innovation. We've made some first steps at the European level in that direction, but we clearly need to do more.
And speaking of doing more, Greece has done an incredible amount for Ukraine. You're one of the leading states in terms of providing the Ukrainians with missiles, with ammunition. What more do you think NATO needs to do quickly, and how can we get there, right? A key theme throughout this past year really has been speed and NATO's ability or lack thereof to get things to Ukraine fast enough. And that's been a problem we've had in the United States too. How do you think things might shift over the next few months, or what could be most meaningful to get us to act faster?
Well, first of all, I think Europe has stepped up to the plate and has delivered. Back in 2022, I think many, including many in Moscow, would have placed bets on the inability of Europe to remain united when it comes to supporting. They were wrong. Europe remains united. We are providing Ukraine with European financial assistance, 50 billion euros. It's a significant package that we agreed a few months ago, but also member states are providing Ukraine with defense capabilities to the best of our abilities, and we will continue to do so. And initiatives such as the Czech initiative, for example, have proven to be very efficient in terms of delivering aid to Ukraine as quickly as possible. But at the same time, we need to look at the holes this has created to our own defense capabilities. And as much as we talk about sophisticated systems, we also need to make sure that we have the basics. I mean, Ukraine demonstrated how important, for example, 155 shells are, and that not everything is going to be sort of as technology-driven in a modern war as many people thought. So making sure that we also streamline production, strengthen our stockpiles, while at the same time having the capability to support Ukraine. This is a challenge that we have to meet.
Right. Quantity matters.
Quantity and quality. Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the Czech initiative that you just mentioned in passing?
Well, I think the Czech initiative has proven to be an efficient way of transferring weapon systems to Ukraine. Many countries have joined that initiative, and as you pointed out, now it's just up to speed and making sure that the necessary transactions, whenever they involve, for example, sale of equipment, take place as quickly as possible. And it seems to me that this is one avenue which is worth exploring further.
So as we close, what is your hope for the 75th Public Forum? What do you think, NATO, what would you like to see out of the 75th Anniversary Summit?
Well, first of all, I think it is important to take stock of what we have achieved. NATO has been successful because it has been able to adapt and occasionally even reinvent itself. And this is exactly what we need to do now. For me, the most crucial aspect of NATO has always been the strength of the transatlantic partnership. And I think it is very, very important that we maintain this mutual commitment, but to also recognize that in an alliance, we all need to do our own part. There are no free riders, and that is why meeting the 2% commitment is so important, at least for those countries that have always been very consistent with this target. And maybe at some point we will need to discuss about raising it. Maybe 2% is not enough. Maybe we need to get to 2.5% if we really want to deliver everything we want to do within the alliance. But the one thing which is certain is that at a time of great uncertainty, being part of an alliance that is strong, defensive, and capable of defending us all against external threats is as important as it has ever been.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, from Washington, D.C. at the NATO Public Forum. My name is Rachel Rizzo, and I am a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Europe Center. And today I am thrilled to have with me Ambassador Doug Lute, who served as the U.S. ambassador to NATO from 2013 to 2017. Ambassador Lute, thank you so much for being with us today for this interview.
Well, it's great to be with you, Rachel.
Absolutely. So we're celebrating a huge milestone here in Washington for this NATO summit, 75 years. Now, you've talked a little bit about how there's 3 different versions of NATO, NATO 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Can you talk a little bit about that and your ideas around what that looks like for NATO?
Right. So, 75 years is a long period of time to absorb. And so I think it's useful to unpack the 75-year history of the alliance, now the longest serving alliance in modern history, right, into these 3 periods. And 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 is sort of a nod to the next generation, right? I count the first period, the first segment of NATO history, marking from 1949 for 40 years to 1989. And obviously the fall of the Berlin Wall, and then the aftershocks of the fall of the Berlin Wall in November of '89, which eventually 2 years later saw the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And during NATO 1.0, you had the bipolar global standoff between the West and the Soviet Union, most prominently with the Iron Curtain running north to south and dividing Europe itself. And this was a period of the zero-sum game. If something was good for one side, it was bad for the other. And it really spoke to the original purpose of NATO, which was the defense of the 12 allies itself. I think that period ended in the 89 to 91 period, and the post-Cold War period, or NATO 2.0, dawned with the dissolution of the Soviet Union. I count NATO 2.0 as running for about 25 years, so from roughly 1989 to 2014. And in that NATO 2.0 period, we had some dramatic changes. I mean, the original cause of NATO, the threat from the Soviet Union had disappeared, at least briefly. We'll come to that, right? And NATO began to question its purpose, its standing in the world, and so forth. And it found its feet. It did so by, first of all, enlarging its membership. So this is a period when the first Central and Eastern European countries joined the alliance. Now the first 3 are celebrating their 25th anniversary, also simultaneous with the NATO 75th anniversary this week. It also saw NATO look beyond its borders and make a very simple, logical statement, which is that the allies themselves are more secure if beyond our borders, our neighborhood is more stable. And this ushered in the idea of NATO partnerships. This began, of course, in the early 1990s with Partnership for Peace, and now it's extended to some 40 partners that range geographically from Mauritania to Japan. And these diverse set of partners really bring a great value to the alliance. They give us not only insight into regions beyond our borders that are critical to NATO security itself, but they also gain by way of access to NATO military standards, essentially the gold standard of military interoperability, access to the NATO school system, and so forth. So this two-way street of NATO partnerships began in this NATO 2.0 period. And we even fashioned a partnership, as unusual as it may seem today, with the Russian Federation, the successor to the Soviet Union. I think that that partnership was well-intentioned. It was exploring the potential that NATO could actually have meaningful, reliable relations with its largest geographic military neighbor. And I think that that experiment, that exploration actually marked the end of NATO 2.0 with the Russian seizing and illegally annexing Crimea, destabilizing the Donbass, and so forth. And so I think in 2014, we really began to see a move towards NATO 3.0. And that's the period we're still in. And much of the substance of this summit has to do with this transition from NATO 2.0 to NATO 3.0 and how NATO will continue to adapt as we face new challenges.
So we're at 75 years, the longest military alliance in history. The next big milestone is going to be 100 years. What is that going to look like? There have been a lot of things written, a lot of discussions being had about how the U.S.-European security relationship will have to fundamentally change as the U.S. is pulled in multiple directions, as the U.S. focuses more on the Indo-Pacific. That will ultimately mean that Europe will have to shoulder more of its own security burden. Is that what NATO 4.0 might look like? What's your idea on that?
Well, obviously, this is a pretty hazy crystal ball
it is.
in terms of gazing into the next 25 years. But I think there is a NATO 4.0, and it features a new security architecture, certainly in Europe, after peace is established in Ukraine and stability is established after the Ukraine war. I think it has to account for the fact, the geographic reality, that Russia will remain NATO's closest neighbor, nearest neighbor, most militarily capable neighbor, and will have to settle on some sort of security architecture that provides stability on both sides. And I think increasingly, as your question suggests, it's got to account for the fact that security is perhaps more than ever, a global equation, a global dynamic, and will have to account for the looming competition with China, which NATO now formally recognizes by way of its strategic concept. And I think what that must mean is that European allies, with U.S. support, continued U.S. support, have to assume even more responsibility for security here in Europe. That doesn't mean the absence of the United States, but it means a more equitable balance from the roughly 70%, 30% distribution that we see today. So if I were to predict 25 years with some hazard, I'd suggest those are some cornerstones of NATO 4.0.
One of the major meetings that's going to happen at this summit is alongside NATO's Indo-Pacific partners. And there's sort of a debate happening in Washington about the role that NATO has to play in the Indo-Pacific. Secretary General Stoltenberg has made it clear that this is not about NATO pushing itself into the Indo-Pacific, but it's a response to China's inroads throughout Europe. But there's also another side of that debate where people say, look, NATO's main area, its main theater of operations is the European continent. Its main adversary is Russia, and that's what it should be focusing on. What are your thoughts on how NATO should navigate this new geographical challenge when it comes to China and the Indo-Pacific?
Well, I think the first point to make very clear is that the NATO treaty itself lays out the geographic confines of the alliance. So it is the North Atlantic area.
Yep.
And so NATO doesn't have a treaty obligation beyond the North Atlantic, so not into the Indo-Pacific, for example. But it's undeniable that the looming, in fact, I would argue already ongoing competition with China will have a direct impact on not only Europe, but also North America. I mean, we're seeing this play out in so many ways. And I think Secretary of State Tony Blinken made this quite clear in his interview earlier today. I think for European allies, one of the things that has to be of concern is the buying up by China of commercial infrastructure in Europe, which is actually not just civilian infrastructure, but dual purpose infrastructure. So here you see this pattern, this trend of Chinese investment and purchasing of seaports, transportation infrastructure, energy infrastructure, mass communications infrastructure, and so forth. And it's, I think, increasingly important that NATO and our partners at the European Union appreciate that these are dual purpose, and that rail lines, for example, or ports used by commercial entities are also a part of the military equation. So I think being more aware of Chinese attempts to influence Europe by way of commercial infiltration with the expectation that there's a political payoff down the road after these commercial investments are made. That's a place for us to be much more aware. And I think it illustrates China's end game, China's long game, which is the Belt and Road Initiative leading to the marketplace of Western Europe, and with the idea of commercial infiltration leading eventually to political influence.
So we're here in Washington, just blocks away from where the Washington Treaty was signed at the Mellon Auditorium back in April of 1949. There were 12 original NATO members. We're now at 32. What do you think would surprise those original founders about where the alliance has been and where it is today?
Right. Well, first of all, I think they'd be surprised that we're at 75. Right? Okay. I mean, I don't think anybody does something today and imagines where he or she will be in 75 years, right? So I think they would be surprised, the 12 founders would be surprised at the durability of the alliance. And I think that they would remark that the source of that durability is actually in the second sentence of the Washington Treaty that cites that all the signatories to the treaty will abide by and believe in 3 democratic principles, which I think are the glue of the alliance and largely account for how we made it to 75, right? And those 3 are democracy, individual liberty, and rule of law. Now look, NATO was at 12 and is today at 32, an alliance of democracies. But there's 32 varieties of democracies here. And each of those, I would offer, and humbly as an American, citing American democracy as well, each of them is a work in progress. But the fact that we're founded on these core values, I think, is part of the reason that, that we've been this durable. And I think that the founders would be proud of that second sentence.
Yeah.
I also think they have to be surprised at the geographic scope of the alliance. I mean, I don't imagine any of them could have thought of 12 becoming 32. I think that they'd marvel at that. I think with the Washington Treaty being signed in Washington, right, that they'd be shocked that the only time Article 5 has been invoked in these 75 years had nothing to do with an attack in Western Europe, had nothing to do with America responding to that attack and reinforcing our European allies, had nothing to do with the Soviet Union. But in fact, on the day, September 11th, right, it was actually the inverse of all that. It was Europe coming to the assistance of America, to include, in part, because of an attack here in Washington. So they'd be surprised about Article 5. I'd also remark, though, these photos make clear that the 12 men who signed the Washington Treaty, I think would be surprised today at the role of women in leadership positions in NATO at multiple levels. So head of state and government, ministers, both foreign and defense ministers, the NATO staff, ambassadors, and so forth. I would add there that today, perhaps we should be surprised that there aren't more women in prominent roles in NATO. So I think there's a lot to be surprised at. One thing that they would not be surprised at.
Yeah, that's my next question.
I'll preempt your next question. They would not be surprised that NATO today is rallying in the face of Russian aggression.
Yeah.
That, of course, was the original forming cause of NATO. And today, I think, the founders would see a familiar Russia in terms of imperialist designs and aggression on its neighbors.
They probably wouldn't be surprised. They probably would also be surprised that we're trying to get Germany to spend more on defense and do more and be more forward-leaning as well.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Maybe even the Germans are a little surprised.
Yeah, there's a lot of surprise that has happened since 1949. You know, finally, one of the main headlines at this alliance, or at this specific summit, is what the alliance is delivering for Ukraine. There's a lot of talk about a bridge to membership that's well lit, that is short. But there's also been criticism that the weapons that we've been giving them have so many caveats on them that we're having Ukraine fight with one hand tied behind its back. What are your thoughts on the deliverables for Ukraine at this summit?
Well, I think that the military deliverables and the political deliverables, these two parallel tracks or lines of effort for Ukraine, are predictable and quite candidly, quite modest.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen even more progress on military assistance and on fulfilling the commitment that Ukraine politically will eventually become a member. The bridge metaphor works in part, but I'm not sure it's completely satisfactory. Look, I think everyone here at the summit this week was stunned by just the blatant aggression of the most recent Russian attack on Kyiv and other cities, to include the tragic attack on the Children's Hospital, right? It's important for us to remember two things. First of all, that attack originated from inside Russia. And the base from which that attack was launched is essentially in sanctuary because it is beyond the ability of Ukrainian indigenous capacity to strike it. And we have placed limits on the geographic range of the systems we've provided Ukraine. I know of no effective air defense program which focuses solely on defense of the target site by way of air defense systems and so forth, and neglects the attack of the launch sites.
Yeah.
Air defense is a two-way street, offense and defense. So In particular, you use the words caveat. I think that the restrictions, the caveats that we've placed and others have placed on some of our systems are not justifiable in legal terms. These are legitimate military targets, and they don't make sense in terms of military science.
Thank you for that clear answer and for your support of NATO and your support of Ukraine as well, and for this interview, Ambassador Lute. And to our audience watching online, tune in for another 2 days of programming here at the NATO Public Forum in Washington. Thank you so much.